Hello, and welcome to this, our 201st live stream. Back from the land of the dead. Well, at least it feels that way. We just got back from our trip from Egypt, and it was fantastic. So, it was interesting. It was exciting. It was definitely full of the unexpected. We did see many of the major biblical sites in Egypt. Ourselves even performed a baptism, which I never expected to do on a tour of Egypt. And I love the entire group. The group was fantastic. The other thing I want to announce is we finally got our softcover books in for the Reliquary of the Dead. So that's what they look like. Really, really snazzy. So the softcovers came out really sweet. So it's on pre-order right now. So go ahead and reserve your copy. Available on many of the major book retailers. Okay, so with that said, that's about all of our channel news for the moment. Except on Monday, I'll be on IP's channel for an interview, and that should be exciting as well. Okay, so we're going to get into the rules here before we start. And the rules are the same as always, which is Super Chats have priority. That shouldn't be unexpected on YouTube at this point by anyone. We do take non-Super Chat questions, and to do that, we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so we know it's directed to us. Only post your non-Super Chat question once. If you post it more than once, we will cancel it for the night, just because we don't want to encourage question spamming. If it's a verse from the Bible, we do ask, or if it's a question from the Bible, we do ask that you include a little context. So basically, chapter, book, verse, so we can look it up real fast, so we don't have to hunt for it. We also allow people to sponsor Super Chats, but we also ask that if you do sponsor Super Chat, that you copy the question you're sponsoring in the Super Chat, so again, we don't have to hunt for it. And finally, one question per chat, okay? No question stacking. So if you put 3 or 4 questions in a single Super Chat, we'll only take one of them, just to be fair to everybody else. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, our first question of the night is going to be from Esther, who was on the tour with us, I believe. I believe this is the same Esther. And she asks, the first thing my, quote, aliens have built the pyramids, quote, friend asked was if we were shown the helicopter hieroglyphs proving aliens may have helped. So why did you skip that part? It is proof. Proof. Well, we skipped that part because that part is in Abydos. And that was part of the extended tour. We didn't make it to Abydos this year. So, but I do have photos of it. Ooh, so let's pull up photos. Now, there's the photo of the helicopter and the spaceship from the temple at Abydos. Now, this thing is so well known that the Egyptian government has put up a plaque to explain it. And that is in our second image here, which is, it's a palimpsest. Now, a palimpsest is when someone tries to write one text over another. Now, in the top, on the plaque here, on the top part in the yellow, we've got Sekhem Kepesh Der Pejet 9. So basically, Seti the First says in this first text that he ruled over the 9 bows. Okay, and the 9 bows are the 9 traditional enemies of Egypt. But that was overwritten by Ramses II, who didn't think that that was good enough. So he writes over top of this, Nebti Mek Kemet Waf Kasut, which means that the king of Upper and Lower Egypt behold, Egypt rules over the foreign lands. Now, they're very, very similar meaning. The two texts that Seti the first used versus Ramses II are very similar. But there's a slight difference in nuance. Every king claimed to have authority over the 9 bows. Okay? But what seems to have happened here is that Ramses wanted something more specific. Now, the temple at Abydos was originally built by Seti I, but Ramses II finished it for his father. But not being satisfied just to finish it, he also put some of his own spin on it. He didn't completely usurp the temple, but he did add his own flourishes. He did usurp parts of it. He said, he said, I'm building this thing for Dad. I might as well take some of the credit too. So there are places where he usurps some of the texts, and this is one of them. And in doing this, he's basically saying with this additional text, I did more than just the 9 bows. I had complete dominance over the foreign lands. So it's a turn of phrase. He's using a turn of phrase here that's more than just simple repertoire. He's using it in such a way that he's showing his dominance. But as a result, he overwrites the one text over his dad's text, and that's where we get those weird, what looks like a helicopter and a spaceship there, but they're not really a helicopter or a spaceship. Where's that? 813. Ryan Cohen says the guy who inscribed it was a Hebrew called Helicopter. Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Definitely a dad joke. Ooh. One way, he was in complete denial. Okay, so this text is very well known. It's a very well known palimpsest. And it's so well known, as I said, the Egyptian government has put up a basically huge sign explaining it. So, not a helicopter, not a spaceship, but one writing being done over another, which does happen sometimes. Okay, so thank you very much for that question, and thank you for joining us on the tour. And it was, I have to admit, love the question. Okay. Next question here is from Mysterious Fungus Heads. I don't know. I feel like aliens wouldn't come here with a helicopter. Yeah, it does seem a bit primitive for aliens, doesn't it?
No, they're a little hard now.
They also didn't install a telegraph either. Nice. Off to a great start tonight. Okay, next one here. From Mobius. He asks, what kind of bridges did the Egyptians have over the Nile? Hoffmeyer has a map with a bridge over the Pelusiac between Hebua 1 and 2. How is that possible? Okay. We can answer the latter question more than we can answer the prior question. Okay, we don't know exactly what kind of bridges they used, because none of them survived. That they had bridges, we know. Okay? They're actually illustrated. We do see there's an illustration of a bridge on the Way of Horus map that's on the side of Karnak Temple. So we do know the Egyptians had bridges. Now, in the case of that crossing at the Pelusiac, it was supposed to be quite shallow. The Pelusiac at that point had gone sort of wide and shallow, so it wasn't quite a ford, but it was shallow enough that they could put a little footbridge across it. So that seems to be what was going on there. Was that they did have a kind of bridge, but it was one of those sort of shallow footbridges that you could do with just wood, you know, logs and planking. So it wouldn't take very great technology to do that. I mean, bridges like that were all over medieval England, so Tossman, why would they need bridges if they had helicopters? Gabe Reagan said, for the record, we did send a helicopter to Mars. Yeah, we did. Didn't work very well, though. Because fuel was expensive. Helicopter bridges, of course. Of course. Okay. But yeah, we do know that there was a bridge at Charu, across Charu 1 and 2, which is the ancient name of Hebua. So we do know there was a bridge there. We just haven't found it. And we don't know what type of bridge it would have been. So that's about the best we can do with that. Okay. Next question here is from Vish. What are your methods to improve prose and storytelling quality? Okay. Great question. I think the best ways to approach this is threefold. First thing, read. Read lots. The more you read, the more you improve your vocabulary, the more you improve your grammatical turns of phrase. Reading just enriches your life and your cognitive abilities. So read tons. Second thing is write tons. The more you write, the more you improve. It's just sort of that combined with the reading aspect, you're just going to grow. You could probably learn more about storytelling and good writing by just the practice of writing. Gino said that you have to write 1,000,000 words of garbage before you start writing good stuff. Okay? This was the woman who wrote the Clan of the Cave Bear series. And it's very true. The more you sit and write, the better your writing becomes. It's almost inevitable. Read till you bleed, and keep writing. Just write. The other thing, now, if those two fail to improve your quality, I would also say get yourself a writing partner or an accountability partner. Okay? And I don't mean accountability here in the moral sense. I mean accountability in that they read your writing and they give you critique. A critique partner. That's probably a better way of saying it. A critique partner. Get yourself a critique partner. Somebody who will read your stuff and give you honest feedback about it. It won't help your writing as fast as reading and writing, but an accountability partner or a critique partner can help you see the blind spots in your own writing. Scott Worthen. The mark of a novice is one who writes more than one reads. Yeah. Mhm. Read. Darkblade critique partner GPT. No. No human. Pick a human for this. You need a human as a critique partner.
But you need a human that reads.
Yeah, you need a human that reads. No. Ryan Cohen I'm reading these chats. Do they count? No, they don't read. They don't count. Read literature. Actual literature. Man. But there are people out there who really think that when they are reading 180 word text that they think they're actually doing serious reading.
When they read Reddit, they...
Yeah. Yeah. No, Reddit doesn't count either. No, books, literature. That's what we mean. Okay? So, the method to improve your prose and storytelling quality. You know, first of all, read. Second of all, write. Third, critique partner. And in a really distant fourth, basically tutorials on how to do the craft. These are books on how to write stories, YouTube videos on how to improve your story. That's a distant fourth. Because if you're not doing the first three, and particularly the first two, the remainder is really pretty worthless. Okay?
You can't.
Yeah. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, now on to the super chats. First super chat here is from Rorik for 999. Thank you for the super chat. Hey Doc, hope you enjoyed Egypt. Yeah, I did enjoy Egypt. Got a little head cold from it still, but hey. You normally get that during travels anyway. Hope to be able to join you next trip. As for my question, what kinds of arms and armor would the Israelites have used when they were coming out of Egypt? None. When they came out of Egypt, they wouldn't have had any arms or armor. They would have had to pick them up along the way. Now, some of them would have been able to get stuff like bows and arrows, and they could do that just from supplies they found out in the Sinai. Spears probably would have. They probably could have taken some of the bronze that they brought with them, turned it into spears, but armor, no. Even Egyptian soldiers didn't have armor. Okay. The armor would have been it was something that only, say, nobility had, because it was expensive. Armor was extremely expensive, just because of how much bronze was used for it. So, Israelites wouldn't have any armor at all. But as far as arms, very, very little. They might have been able to make some maces. As I said, maces, spears, bows and arrows, and slings. That would have been probably the extent of their arms, as it were. So, mysterious fungus. Sorry to have to, but no arms. How do they pick up their stuff? The text does say they slung the bread bowls over their shoulders. That conjures up some horrible images. Okay. That's nice. Okay. Danny DeMint says, someone didn't watch Veggie Tales. Scott Worthen, the Bronze Age sucked when it came to personal armor. Yeah, it did. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, it was not a great age for armor. Just wasn't. Well, that's because it was just so expensive. It was just like prohibitively costly unless you were royalty. Dan Man says, note, I was thinking of using Magic the Gathering as an analogy. Oh, sorry, Darkblade says, I was thinking of using Magic the Gathering as an analogy, but that wouldn't work since a monster with 0 toughness is automatically dead. True. Okay. So that was sort of the situation for the Israelites. Whatever they could cobble together as weapons is what they used. And they would have had no armor at all. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Welcome back. Well, thank you. Yeah, I got kind of sunburned too. Could you please show a modern map the approximate location of the Yam Suph, which Israel likely crossed? Is it still there, and how deep was it? Please, thanks. All right, let's pull up a map. Here's a map. Pull that down. All right. Now, the blue lines show the major freeways. You got the road to the land of the Philistines, also called the Road of Horus, at the top, and at the bottom there, you have the what's it called now? The Way of Shur at the bottom. And the path that the Israelites seems to have followed is marked in red there. Now, this is the area we're zoomed in here to an area that is in the northwest Sinai. The dwelling of the lion there is on the edge of the lagoon that went from the Plusiak estuary into the Mediterranean. They would have crossed one of those Bala lakes there. And we're not sure which one exactly, but those lakes averaged around 20 to 40 feet deep. So they're not terribly deep, but they are they're quite wide, and they covered a huge expanse of area. So they're kind of between the Bitter Lakes and the estuary, or the estuary that poured into the Mediterranean. But they're part of a very, very large estuary system. So that's where it is roughly. But today those lakes no longer exist since the Plusiak branch dried up. And it's those lakes just are not there anymore. That whole area north of the Bitter Lakes has pretty much dried up completely. That's because the Plusiak branch of the Nile silted up. Okay, so I hope that helps. It shows you approximately where it was, and I hope that provides some insight into where the Yam Suph crossing would have likely have been. Okay? All right. BC, could we safely say that crossing took place within a day's chariot journey from P. Ramses? It probably took about a day and a half, 2 days. Um, it would have taken them about a day to get to Charu. And then once they're at Charu, they could have then swept down and had the Israelites dead to rights at that point. So that was probably it probably took two days. I would guesstimate. Okay. Next super chat here from I'll take these non-super chats here by Harry Stark so I don't have to come back up to this. Harry Stark asks, is it true that a bunny needs a bunny buddy to play with in order to be happy? Depends on the bunny. Some bunnies do better as a bonded pair, and usually the opposite sex bunny. Spay and neuter all your bunnies. We don't want to have little bunnies running around. But some bunnies prefer being independent, being alone, and don't play nice with others. Okay, so it really depends on your bunny. Okay. All right, next one here. We're gonna take the super chat here from Courtney Thompson for $5. Thank you for the super chat. On biblical covenant structures and dates, is there more correlation with Egyptian or Assyrian covenants and issues surrounding dating them? It depends. It depends on the particular covenant and when it took place biblically. The covenants that you find in the Pentateuch are going to relate closer to the Egyptian and the Hittite covenants than, say, the ones later on in the Iron Age. The ones in the Iron Age are going to be closer in relation to what we find in Assyrian sources. So it really is going to depend upon which particular covenant you're talking about. But the source I would recommend for this is Tree, Laws, and Covenants by Kenneth Kitchen and Paul Lawrence. They go really deep into this whole covenant structure, and that's probably the most thorough work I think that it is on the subject. But that's what I would recommend if you want to look into that deeper. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Okay, Oscar Philo. He actually posted this one twice, and deleted one of them. For I think it's 5 Romanian. Thank you very much for the super chats. Matthew 15:51-52. What's going on? Matthew 14 verses 51-52. What's going on here? Okay. Well, there is no Matthew 14 verse 51-52. So I think what you mean here is Mark. And the reason why I think it's Mark is because we get this one kind of often. We've had this question more than once, so I know exactly what you're talking about here. All right. And the text reads from Mark 14, verses 51-52. And a certain young man followed him, wearing nothing but a linen sheet over his naked body, and they seized him. But he left the sheet behind and escaped naked. Okay. Who's the boy? We don't know. We have no idea who this is. There's been lots of speculation over this small pericope. Some have speculated that this is Mark using the young boy as a symbol of the apostles, and all the apostles abandoning Christ naked. That has been one suggestion of this text. Another suggestion is that this is an insert by Mark himself of him being a being recently baptized and wearing a white sheet and then running away. We just don't know. And it does seem to, the strongest conjecture here is that it is a kind of symbolic abandonment by the disciples, how they all left Jesus in the lurch. Okay, so that's probably, we're never going to be sure who this is. Another third possibility that's been raised is that it was an eyewitness that was known to the disciples, but we're not exactly sure. Okay, but again, none of this is well known. All commentaries have different ideas of this. All we can do is just lay out the possibilities here and just say, okay, we don't know. Okay, but it does seem to relate to Christ being abandoned by the disciples. Who and what that person is anyone's guess. So, unfortunately, that's the best we can do with this text. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here is from Laboring Saint for 499. Thank you for the super chat. Are there sacrifices in the Messianic kingdom according to Ezekiel? Yes. If so, why? Okay, one of the things we need to understand about the sacrificial system is it's not just about sacrifice for sin. Yes, that's a huge portion of this, okay? But there's other kinds of sacrifice too. There's Thanksgiving sacrifices. Hey, you've had a blessed event. You're grateful. You give a sacrifice. There's oath-keeping sacrifices. God has helped you keep an oath. You do a sacrifice for that too. There's all sorts of other kinds of sacrifices. I believe there's 7 different types of sacrifices in the sacrificial system. Only one relates to personal sin. There's also a sacrifice for ritual purification. So there's sacrifices for giving birth. There's a whole panoply of sacrifices that have nothing to do with the redemption or covering of sins. So it seems to be that during the Messianic kingdom, that there is a time when sacrifices are being done for purposes other than the covering of sin. So when the temple is reinstituted and those sacrificial system is reinstituted, it will probably continue on after the return of Christ. So hope that helps. That's basically the reason. These are sacrifices of praise. Okay. Okay. Ryan Cohen Comp says, difference between sacrifice versus offering. There are some slight differences, okay? From the person giving it, there seems to be a little difference. The key difference between an offering and a sacrifice is offering is something you owe. Okay, you owe an offering. A sacrifice seems to be above what you owe, and it's sort of meant to hurt. Okay? Now, there's other differences too. Okay? An offering isn't always, say, richly burned. Sacrifices are. Okay? When we talk about, say, burnt offerings, that's really a kind of sacrifice, because it's actually the item is usually burned in its entirety. So there's the differences between are very, very slight. Like, for example, Egyptians did offerings, but they didn't do sacrifices because they never burnt their offerings. Okay? So we would never consider, say, what the Egyptians did to be generally a sacrifice, except in that maybe colloquial sense where somebody gives something that's painful to give because of some dire need. So Haystack said, so sacrifice does not equal save by works. No, not all. No, not even close. So you can do a sacrifice and not expect salvation by works. Okay? There's many ways that sacrifices have been done that have no relevance to being saved or even have any impact upon your salvation. As I said, sometimes sacrifices are just done as offerings of praise. So, Mysterious Fungus says, so all sacrifices are offerings, but not all offerings are sacrifices. Correct. Absolutely correct. Okay. Yes, that's a really great way of putting it. All sacrifices are offerings, but not all offerings are sacrifices. Okay, so hope that helps. Laboring Saint, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And yeah, the sacrifices will continue into the Messianic kingdom, but they're not going to be for sin offerings. They're going to be for other things, such as praise, thanksgiving, oath keeping, and other sort of things that do not depend specifically upon one's relationship with God. Okay? Okay. Next one here. Oscar Filho for 10 Romanian. Thank you for the super chat. If Adam had not eaten the fruit and I think she meant interceded for Eve in the manner like the prophets, let my destiny be. I am not sure what he means here. Let my destiny be the same as her. Would the fall have happened? Okay, I think I get what you mean here. I think you're asking the question: if Adam had not eaten and Eve did, would the fall have happened? And I think what would have happened here is that it would have become we wouldn't have gotten a fall. Okay, first of all, you wouldn't have gotten a fall that would have, because the federative aspect of the fall would have never taken place. For that to happen, you need basically the representatives of humanity falling together. So that's what makes the fall, is that both Adam and Eve fall together. Okay, and they are the two designated representatives of humanity, essentially humanity's high priests. So Adam and Eve, as humanity's high priests, fall together. Now, if one falls and not the other, what you then get is more of a situation like the angels, where some angels fell, some didn't. So this is what would have happened here. Is in all likelihood, you would have had Eve fall, but not Adam, which would have probably ended up then being where, say, Eve would have fell, and then she would have had her priestly position replaced. But because you didn't have the federative fall, you wouldn't have gotten the whole fall of humanity. It would have become a onesie-twosie thing, where everyone would have to choose on their own accord. So, So that's I think what would have happened in that particular case. It would have been more similar to how the angels fell than say how humanity fell. With the federative fall, everybody falls. So Clypeus says, what if only Adam ate and not Eve? That's what we're answering here. That's the question. So it'd be more like the angels. Okay, it's more like the angels in that particular case. You would have had one person fall, but not the other. But because you don't have the federative heads falling together, the whole species doesn't fall with them. So, Fred Weasley says, when Eve ate, there wasn't a fall yet, only until Adam ate. Yeah. It's not a fall until the whole federative headship of humanity does the eating. Okay? So it has to be both. It has to be both Adam and Eve who eat. Because they're the federative heads. They're the representation of the species. They're the high priests of mankind in the garden. So they have to do it together. So it's not just one or the other, it's both that have to fall here for the federative head to bring the whole species into sin. Okay? Oh, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Oscar Philo. Philo says for 19 Romanian. He goes, I keep falling in the same sin. There is not strength in me. Please pray for my deletement, that I enter heaven. I feel this is the only way to stop. I can't ask for closed ones, so it might worry them. Look, everyone has sin they struggle with. Everyone. Yeah, I'll pray for you, but everyone struggles with sin. Becoming a Christian is not a magic bullet to stop sinning. It isn't. It saves you from your sins, but you will always struggle with some sin. Okay? That's just part and parcel of being human. And God gives us grace for that. Okay? God cares more about your attitude towards your sin than your perfection in keeping sinless. Here's the one thing, that I take sort of comfort in, is that even when, like, the Apostle Paul, towards the end of his ministry, at the beginning of his ministry, he talks about himself as kind of a super apostle. At the end of his ministry, he talks about how wretched a sinner he is. He calls himself the worst of sinners. Okay? He talks about how he's constantly at war with the flesh. That's really telling. That's a mark of spiritual maturity. And I think one of the things that we when we start looking at our sins, it's real easy as new Christians to think we don't sin. It's the mark of maturity in Christ that we get a sense of quiet dissatisfaction with our spiritual progress. As we grow and mature in Christ, we start to really see how serious sin is. We see how wretched we are, that there really is very little good in us. We get really dissatisfied with our spiritual progress, because we think we should have this sin thing wrapped up by now. 40 years in the faith? Oh yeah, you should have that sin thing wrapped up, right? Yeah. But with that said, I think one has to take steps to avoid sin. Okay? If you're in an environment where sin proliferates, get out of that environment. If you're in a situation where you're always being tempted, don't be around that. So you want to, it's not just enough to resist. Resisting, you're not going to win that. Okay? If it's a sin that you cannot avoid, um try to keep yourself away from where you would have fall into that sort of sin. Okay? So it's always best to try to remove yourself from situations where you'll sin, but understand too that where there's sin, there's also grace. And God's grace is sufficient. Okay? So, you know, God doesn't want you to end it all to be perfect for heaven. What he wants is your obedience. He wants you to to struggle with this, to grow, and ultimately to triumph. Okay? Yeah, you will never achieve perfection. You can achieve sanctification. Okay? You could become better today than you were yesterday. And the Holy Spirit can help you do that. Again, stay out of environments where you're going to fall into temptation and sin. Also, though, practice the spiritual disciplines. Pray. Read your Bible. Attend a local congregation to help you grow. And stay in the faith. Always be mindful of where you are in the faith. Okay? So that's the best advice I can give you here. Hope it helps. And we will be praying for you. Okay? Hey, Slammer. She says, so glad you're back safe and sound. Well, I am too. All right. Dustman, for $10. Thank you very much for super chat. We really appreciate it. Welcome back. Now to start the foodie portion early. What was the best thing you had on this trip? Anything extra unique? Nothing extra unique. We did do camel. Okay. I made sure the tour had the opportunity to try camel, and it was delicious. Okay. The camel this time was even better than the first time I had it. They tweaked their recipe. They actually did it in a sort of an onion gravy, a rich I don't want to say beefy here because it's camel, but um a rich meaty gravy, and it was delicious. It was absolutely delicious. As I said, the camel was much better this time than last time. It was so tender. Uh, right. Tastes like chicken? No, tastes like beef. It tastes like some of the finest beef you'll ever have. It was absolutely delicious. Yeah, so that was my favorite part of it. Um, I did try more desserts uh than I normally do in Egypt, just to say that I've tried them. I also tried there's a green soup that they eat there too. Didn't care for it. Like a price, like beef, only lumpier. Actually, the meat was in big, solid chunks. Oh my gosh, so good. It was so nami. Too Many Marys says it's pretty interesting that camel is that good. It's delicious. It is. If you like beef, camel is absolutely the bee's knees. It's really tasty.
Oh, good.
I know it was bad. Where's it? Slammer. Any beers? Yes, I did have Egyptian beer this time. I had there was a brand of beer called Sakara that I had this time. Pretty good. It was actually pretty good. I liked the beer. Tossman. My local zoo isn't going to be happy with me if you keep telling me how great it is. We do not advocate the plundering of your local zoological establishment, okay? Where is it? 58? Gabe Reagan asks, do they use retired work camels or are they raised just for meat? They use young camels. Okay. So, retired camels aren't worth anything, unfortunately, not even as meat. But what they do is they will take young camels and eat those. Okay? And they aren't raised specifically for meat, but they are among the same camels that are used as work. So they would basically of the young camels, they would select one out for meat. And the others would go become work camels. Okay? Okay, so that answers the camel question. And yes, it was delicious. Rorik, someone think of the camels. Gabe Reagan, so it's like veal. Yeah, it's actually fairly close to veal. I did have veal on the trip too. One of the hotels I was at served veal, and I had veal. It was like veal actually in a lot of ways. So yeah, that's a fair comparison. Dr. Fult's exotic meat emporium. Okay. BC, the McFalafel couldn't get there. Uh, had some difficulties with the guide getting to McDonald's at times. We made it there once. We did do the apple pies, but I couldn't get there in the morning to do the McFalafels. We had a guide that was kind of obstructive sometimes, so it didn't help. Okay. BC, no! I know. You know, every time we mentioned that we wanted to go to McDonald's to try the McFalafel, the guy kept going, "Oh no, just stay at your hotel. You can get a McFalafel at your hotel." No, that's not a McFalafel. That's a falafel. It's missing the Mick part. So getting him to do things that he didn't want to do was a real struggle sometimes. It we had a guide who was very passive aggressive. Zombie TM. We've got McFalafel at home. Yeah, you know, all you need is a small aubergine. All right, AT Ministries. Uh, uh, for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He was also on the tour with us, and he said, had an awesome time in Egypt, Doc. Well, thank you. It was great having you there also. Said you had to deal with my dumb questions for a week. What's the weirdest thing you saw in Egypt? You mean besides that little girl who picked up a car? Oh, I didn't tell you that. There was this tuk-tuk uh, broken down at the side of the road. The wheel had fallen off of it. Now, for those of you who don't know, a tuk-tuk is a three-wheel vehicle. And they had this little girl lift up the car while they were doing the wheel repair. No, in Egypt they don't say, "Hey, honey, hold the flashlight." They say, "Hey, honey, pick up the car." BC, wait, what? Yeah, they had the little girl pick up the car. Ryan says she was really strong. Rorik, Egyptian kids must be built different.
This is how they move.
BC says this is how they move the stones. Yeah, using little girls. Little girls move the stones of the pyramids. It wasn't aliens, it was little girls. Armies and armies of little girls.
We have the
We have the answer. Little girls built the pyramids. Oh boy. Yeah, that was probably the weirdest thing we saw this trip. I don't see normally a lot of weird things in Egypt, but occasionally there are these little things that you see and you go, what the heck am I looking at here? BC camel makes you strong. Dustman, still more accurate than the History Channel. True. Ryan goes, quote, "That was the weirdest thing we saw this trip." Yeah. All right. Next super chat here. Matthew Harrell for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Please explain Mark 9:49 to 50. Okay. Our Bible here. Mark 9. $49 to $50. All right. And these are the words of Jesus here, starting at verse 49. For everyone will be salted with fire. Salt is good. But if the salt becomes unsalty, with what will you make it salty again? Have salt in yourselves and be at peace with one another. Okay. This is a very interesting little text. Verse 49 actually starts off with a mixed metaphor. It's a mixed metaphor. And it refers to, say, ritual offerings, ritual sacrifices, where the sacrifice is both salted and burned. Okay? Salt here represents purification. So this is something that might seem a little strange to us, but it wouldn't have seemed strange to somebody in the first century in Judea. The idea that you both salt an offering before you burn it. Okay? So the idea here is that you're going to be both purified with salt personally and tested with fire externally. Okay? So there's sort of an internal external kind of purification being going on here. Everyone will be salted internally. That's your, you are the salt of the world. You are the salt. You're to live a life of personal piety and purification. but you're also going to be tested with fire from the outside and purified with fire. Then he sort of extrapolates on the salt aspect of this in verse 50. Salt is good. All right, yeah, that's a general maxim. But if the salt becomes unsalty, what will you do to make it salty again? Okay, so don't lose your saltiness. Okay, don't lose your personal, your innocence, your purification, and all that stuff. Ryan asks a question here, and we'll take that in a moment here. But we'll just finish the verse here. Have salt in yourselves and be at peace with one another. Okay, so that's basically Christ is exhorting us to practice personal purity, behave without sin, and then be at peace with each other. Okay, so now we'll take Ryan's question here. Can salt actually become unsalty? Yes, Roman salt can. Here's how it works. Here's how salt works back then. Is there were two kinds of salt. There were the kinds of salt that was mined, and then there's the salt that's evaporated. It's the sea salts. Okay. Now, sea salts could be used the same way as we use salt today. But mined salt was different. Mined salt had a large amount of rocks in it. Pebbles. Okay? It was a mix of salt and pebbles. Okay? So what they would do is if you wanted to salt something, like a stew or a soup, what you would do is you would take a bundle of that salt, that rock salt and rock together. You would put it in a little cloth bag, and then you'd dip it into your soup, and the salt would dissolve out from among the rock. Well, at some point, you're left with just rocks and no more salt. All the salt's leached out. You've used it all. So that's what's meant by salt becoming unsalty. It's no longer, there's no salt in there anymore. You've just got the rocks. At that point, it's not worth anything, it's thrown out. Okay? Yeah, salty tea bags, Mysterious Fungus. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. It's salty tea bags. Darkblade says, that sounds like it would get rock dust in the dish. Typically not. It's pretty coarse stuff. So, a little bit of dust might get in, but it didn't really affect the dish all that much. But yeah, it's basically, that's the best way of saying it. It's like a salt tea bag. And that's how they used salt back then. And it was, again, with these salt mines and mining operations that for salt, where they're not dehydrating it in the sea, but they're actually mining it out of a hill somewhere. So, hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Micah Price, Dr. Falk skill number 257, Ancient Culinary Seasonings. Glepius, geology rocks. Michael Gee says, with my geology background, I love the salt explanation. If I left in open, if the salt pebble mix got wet, the salt would wash away. So the mix would lose its saltiness. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Okay. Next one here is Billy Ningwin for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, the ancient Near East had a long tradition of diplomacy. what can we learn from ancient diplomacy to avoid conflict in the Middle East? Uh, wasn't that effective? There was times that diplomacy was effective. There was times it wasn't. Like all diplomacy at all times. Sometimes it was very effective. There were times of treaties and agreements were reached. A lot of diplomacy was the establishment of trade agreements and mutual cooperation pacts. And it's just like today, diplomacy is used for the same thing. Um, but at the same time, too, sometimes it didn't work. Sometimes diplomacy in the ancient Near East was an abject failure. Sometimes it led to war. So I'm not sure that learning from the ancient Near Eastern diplomacy is always the best route for peace today. Yeah.
There's a lot better.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, here's what I would say, and my producer would definitely be in agreement with this. If you've got the option for economic cooperation, that's always better than war. Okay, that's always better than war. Economic cooperation is a way to make both sides rich. Okay. But we also know too from the writings in the Gospels too that human greed is the cause of war. They want but ask not. So there does seem to be that dynamic that that's just as true today as it was back then, that a lot of war starts because people want something and they don't ask for it, they just take it. So absolutely, Michael Gee said Solomon got rich via trade rather than conquest. Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly how Solomon got rich. He got rich. I mean, he did get some rich by taxation of trade, but he also got rich by trade itself. He was in that sort of um, he had his hands deep in the incense trade, and that was very, very profitable for Solomon. Extremely profitable. So, Clavius, Elijah, is ball on the toilet? Ehud, God has got a message for you. That's ancient Near Eastern diplomacy right there. Yeah, it is kind of. Um, yeah. It didn't always lead to peace, though. But we do have examples of, say, um, diplomacy that did take place that did end up in trade agreements and pacts that were mutually beneficial. One that comes to mind is the peace treaty between Amenhotep II and the Mitanni. And that peace treaty was continued on during the reign of Amenhotep III, and both sides got incredibly wealthy off of it. Incredibly wealthy. So it could be done, but it does. One has to put aside trying to destroy the other guy in and try to become rich off of each other. Yeah, how to become. If you can set aside your hatred of the other guy in order to become mutually rich, that's sort of the key of successful diplomacy in the ancient Near East. When it is successful, that's where people succeed, where they stop hating each other enough to want to pursue mutual greed. Which is a really weird thing to say, but it does seem to be how successful diplomacy worked back then. Clypeus, Amenhotep equals the ancient Near Eastern Trump. Yeah, pretty much. And Amenhotep III was an incredibly wealthy king. Incredibly wealthy. And he almost never had to go to war. Darkblade, ancient Near Eastern diplomacy. Quote, can't you just be satisfied with what your god Chemosh gave you? Ooh, yeah, that wasn't good diplomacy. That wasn't good diplomacy. Jephthah was not a good diplomat. He was the antithesis of a good diplomat. Darkblade also adds, this makes me think of the prisoner's dilemma. Yeah, it is the prisoner's dilemma. And in fact, most game theorists today will say, if you want to have successful diplomacy, you have to almost always resort to some sort of prisoner's dilemma, where neither side gets everything, but both sides end up benefiting. The problem is one side wants more than it should have. And that's where you get war. Is one side wants to take it all. All right, let's move on here. Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. All the money I will ever have is in this super chat. Good night, everyone. Really? $4.99? Hey, look, if $4.99 is breaking the bank, we don't want you to do that, okay? Look, we're not a channel that begs for money. Okay? Yeah, we've been there too many times ourselves. We don't want anybody to give their last dollar to us. Okay? If you're really in that kind of need, we'll pray for you. You know, non-super chat us. We appreciate the support. We can use the support. But we want people to support us out of their excess, out of the blessings that God gives us. God gives you. Okay? We don't want anyone to give to us where they hurt themselves. Okay? We're real serious about that. We don't want people to hurt themselves. This is why we don't beg. Okay? This is why we don't beg for money. Okay? We don't do that because we don't want people to feel guilty and donate out of a sense of that urgency. Okay, we don't want people to give their last dollar to us. Yes, if you think our work is good, if you think our work glorifies the kingdom, if you think our work benefits the community, absolutely, please, we do appreciate your support. But don't make it your last dollar, okay? Do appreciate the super chat, but if this is really the last money you ever have, yeah, we don't want that, okay? So, all right, let's go to the next super chat here. Okay, Micah Price for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any evidence of fairly advanced late Hittite cavalry doctrine in addition to their chariots and infantry? How did Egyptian military compare, and how likely was Egypt to actually fall to invasion? Okay. The Hittites actually had a relatively sophisticated cavalry doctrine. Okay. They did because some of their vassal states were also Hurrians, Hurrians did have bareback writing. Okay, so yep, yep. They also had the bit in the bridle. That's where the Hittites got it from. So there were people who did, among the vassal states of the Hittites, they did have access to that technology. Okay, so the Hittites did have a fairly sophisticated cavalry doctrine, but they also had chariots. And given that the difference between the cavalry and the chariots were probably better adapted for that particular kind of warfare. Okay, so when it came to the actual state of the Hittites military versus the Egyptian, they were pretty much on par. They're pretty much equal. Okay, so this wasn't a, when you compare the two, both their military doctrines and their how they use their particular assets. Like, for example, Hittites tended to use heavier types of chariots. Egyptians tended to use light, fast, mobile chariots. The doctrines are different, but on a case on a army per army basis, they were pretty much on par. This is one of the reasons why that 50-year war sort of couldn't be won by either side. You had the case where, you know, Hittites would occasionally win a battle, and then the Egyptians would occasionally win a battle. And it would go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That whole 50-year war was basically the Hittites and the Egyptians battling, and neither side really coming out on top. Yes, each side would get a victory now and then, but nobody came out the clear winner. And it was that uncertainty of that the Egyptians couldn't get a clear victory that caused them to worry. So that's really what the concern was for the Egyptians, is for the case of, say, for the Egyptians, they're worried, okay, we can't win this thing. We win sometimes, but what happens next time? You know, and the Egyptians were just coming out by saying, okay, we're concerned now that we're dealing with a peer foe. Okay, so and this happens between large powers. You know, when you're talking peer-to-peer combat, peer-to-peer war, then the outcome's not certain. The outcome's definitely not certain. It would be like if China and the United States went to war, the outcome wouldn't be certain because you're talking peer-to-peer adversaries. Okay, so Jack Ray asks, it took them 50 years to figure out someone was a peer. Oh no, they knew before. They absolutely knew before that the Hittites were a peer. We see this even in some of the early documents. I believe the Amarna letters, the Egyptians talk about the Hittites as brother. You know, and this is how you figured out if the Egyptians considered you a peer, is when an Egyptian sets a letter and the reverse comes back to say the king of the Hatti, the king of the Hittites. Egyptians will address the letter my brother. Okay? Whereas if it's a vassal state or an inferior kingdom, the Egyptians will address the ruler as chief of. Okay? So, like the chief of Hatzor. they're not a peer. Hatzor wasn't a peer to the Egyptians. It was a vassal. So they would address it to chief of the of Hatzor. And there was only a few countries that the Egyptians ever considered to be peers. Okay, the Hittites were one, the Mitanni was another, and Assyria and Babylon sometimes. Jack Ray, if the Egyptians doesn't beat your diplomat, are you a peer? Well, the Egyptians did beat the diplomats of peers. Okay. Oh, it sucked. It sucked to be a diplomat to the Egyptian court. Yeah, the kings of the Hittites actually had to ask, hey, our diplomat's gone missing. We hear he's getting beaten. Can we do something about that? Just ignores the letter. Danny Dement, no one escapes daily beatings. Yep. And you don't escape them if you're a diplomat. Danny Dement builds character. Yeah. Yeah. Diplomats were the frequent target of beatings. So, the haystack. I brought cookies. What are those maces for? Yeah, pretty much. Rathia. They aren't beatings, they're deep tissue massages. Deep tissue massages. Okay.
Court finds guilty. Dark blade.
Dark Blade. This court finds you guilty of numerous crimes and hereby sentence you to a diplomatic mission to Egypt. About it. About it. Danny Dement. Ambassador to Egypt was actually a punishment for people in the court who angered you. That's more true than that's kind of on the that hits it on the nose right there. There were people sent on diplomatic missions because they ticked off the court, the royal court. That happened.
You would think it.
Yeah, it was not a good post. You did not want that post. Yeah. Livia says, is this partially why Moses was so reluctant to go appeal to Pharaoh on behalf of Yahweh? Um, well, he was accused of a crime. I think it was more that he was reluctant to do it just in case somebody found out he was there. I don't think Moses was going to seriously expect to be beaten. Okay. He was in the royal family, and the royal family seemed to preclude you from beatings in general. Okay. But I'll tell you, somebody who did get beaten that we're not told about was probably the midwives. Because the midwives were questioned. Okay? So when they're told to go, um, kill off the little boys, and they don't, they probably got a beating before being brought back before the king to answer the questions. Because remember, a lot of the purpose of beatings was to make sure that your answers are truthful. Okay? You got the beating before questions. They didn't ask you the questions first.
What's the motive? You've already been beat.
Well, then they beat you again. Yeah, so it was just seen that beatings were the guarantee. If you beat someone first, you're guaranteed to get good answers. Was that ever put to the test, ever scientifically validated? Of course not. But it was just what they believed. Okay? So in this particular case, the midwives were almost certainly beaten. Even though the text doesn't say so. So that's one instance where I think we can almost certainly say there was a beating. The midwives. And we do know the Egyptians did not discriminate based upon sex for beatings. Yeah. Yeah. Darkblade says Egyptian interrogation is a game of bad cop, worst cop. Yeah, pretty much. We do know from, say, that the tomb robbery papyri that both women and men were beaten equally. So if you were a woman, it didn't get you out of a beating. It's not this modern justice system where women get lower sentences. Women were beaten just as much as men were. So, hey, but you had a lot of equality in Egypt. And women had a lot of equality in Egypt. Too Many Marys says, yay, equality! Laugh out loud. Hey, women could work. They could earn income. They could adopt on their own initiative. They could establish inheritance. They could hold positions of power and authority, and they were equally allowed to be beaten. Yep. Mechanique, equal rights and equal lefts. Yeah. Ryan says equal opportunity enforcement. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's just one of those things that that you just find that they did. Micah Price. I wonder if some chariot driver was beaten for driving a chariot with solid gold wheels into the Red Sea. Could be. Could be. All right. Let's move on to the next one here. Is from Micah Watts for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. What did Egyptians pay for the pyramids with? Mummy? Ooh. Bad pun. Bad pun. The Egyptians paid their workers in beef, fish, and wine, and oil, and bread. That's what they paid them in. They got a ration. And given some of the other rations that were available in Egypt, it was a pretty good ration. Pyramid builders were very well looked after. They also got medical supplies, which was almost unheard of. They did a excavation of the workers' village at Giza. What was his name again? Let's see if I can find it quickly. Mark Lenner. Mark Lenner excavated the workers' village at Giza, and yeah, he discovered that a couple things that was really interesting there. But they discovered that the not only were they eating beef at the worker village, but knuckle bone soup, which is a kind of a soup that's made out of the thigh bones of cattle. And it's actually still, you can actually, they actually still make knuckle bone soup in Egypt today. But they were also paid in wine, oil, bread, and as I said, various like fish, salted fish, as well as they found like needles, medical needles there. So Micah says, "They'll eat the beef, sell the fish to your neighbor." Well, yeah, that was some of it too. A part of the ration was more than what they could eat, so they could trade it for things. So it wasn't just a straight ration. Like some of them would trade the oil because the oil was valuable. Um, so they would trade off part of their ration for clothing, shoes, that sort of thing. So the ration was supposed to be more than their needs. So they could get the other things of life because they weren't ration clothing. Or bowls, yeah. Yep. So they needed other things too, but that would come out of their ration. So they were paid. They were paid in food, but they would trade some of the food for the other necessities of life. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Daniel for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Do you agree with IP that Acts was written before Paul's death? I haven't looked into this. I don't really know. It's possible. I think it's possible that it could have been written before. I don't see any direct evidence to suggest that it was written after his death. It would be quite early for it to be written that soon, but it's possible too. Again, I haven't looked at this. I'm not sure what the scholarship is on Acts, and so I'd have to look into this in more detail. But authorship of most of the New Testament, I would date to the 1st century anyway. So, Too Many Mary says, I think it was clearly written before he left prison. Yeah, sure. I don't have an issue with that. Next one here from Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. I noticed in Hebrew after Genesis 4, Elohim and Adam, man, has an article added when referring to God and man. Is there any reason why they add the article? Genesis 5:25 and 6:6 as example for each word. Pull that up and take a look at the text. Genesis. Just go 5 here because you got an exact text here. Genesis 5:22. Mm, 6. Okay. Just take a look here. Genesis 6:6. Yep. Grieved that he made man. Okay. All right. In this particular case, in Genesis 6:6, it says, "And the Lord was sorry that he made man on the earth." And man here does have the definite article in front of it. And he was grieved in his heart. Okay. There doesn't seem to be a really strong reason why the definite article is here, other than it's just sort of a differentiation between man as a name and man as humanity. Okay. There does seem to be that thing, but even so, sometimes when referring to the person Adam, it does seem to use the man. Okay. So let's see. Let's take a look here at Genesis earlier. So in Genesis 2:8, it's also going to use the definite article. So he placed the man in the garden. So that would be the sense in it being used there. Same. Verse 25. It also uses the definite article. Yeah. Yeah, Adam is almost always referred to with the definite article. So it's more going to determine what's going to be the context here. So Mysterious Fungus asks, also notice, excluding the genealogy in Genesis 5, when Adam is talked about, he almost always has the definite article, except in Genesis 4:25. Does this hint to this being a generic man or another man? Genesis 5. Let's see what Genesis 5 says. Let's get a good hear it what the Hebrew here Genesis 5:1 says. Yeah, here it uses Adam without the definite article. Okay, like got there, got there. So and translators for Genesis 5:1 will generally use that as a proper name. What about 5:3? 5:3. 5:3 is the same deal. It's an arthrus in this case. An arthrus means without the article. So there does seem to be. What about 6 here? Then 6:2. And it would be. What does 6:2 say? Yeah, 6:2 he does it with the article as well. So here's going to be sort of your semantic range then. Without the article, it's probably a name. Okay, without the article, it's probably a name. With the article, it could be the man or humanity. So that seems to be the semantic range here. So So there does seem to be a slight difference between its usage with the article and without the article. But it does seem to sort of narrow it away, seems to shift it away to being a name. What they would call the qualitative. Okay. Like for example, in languages where you don't have, say, capitalization, like for example in English, when we talk about God, okay, God, we capitalize God when we use it as a name, but when we want to use it in the qualitative sense, we tend to use it as with a small letter G. Okay, so when we say like Christ is God in the qualitative sense, we will sometimes honorifically capitalize it, but in English we don't have to capitalize it. Okay. Now, in the case of, say, this here, where we have man, Adam, versus the man or humanity, humanity is taking on here the more qualified sense of with the article, because they don't have that sort of capitalization here. So yeah, Michael Gee here says, even without the article, it doesn't rule out the name referring to an archetypal figure rather than an historical person. Yeah, it doesn't rule out the archetypal figure, but the sense in which you would translate it, you wouldn't translate it as Adam, but the man. So you're right, it doesn't rule out that sense, and you are going to, context is going to largely determine that. So, and he says, so the difference between with or without the article might not be great, and it isn't great. So it's basically, as I said, the sense is going to be, in the case of it being an arthrus, it's going to be, say, Adam or man in the qualitative sense, and versus the man or humanity in another kind of qualitative sense. So it's really not a huge difference between the two. It's going to be at most a minor translational difference at best, but there is a difference there. It's not all that great though. Okay, and there are going to be times when God says, He created the man. Okay, other times it's going to be Adam was created. Okay? So the text seems to use it in both ways. And that's probably as much as we can say about this. Again, it's not a huge difference here. Okay, so we're gonna move on here. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Yeah. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Since God can't regret without implying that he changed his mind, yes, he actually can, but we'll get to that. Is there a better word for use in Genesis 6:6? I can understand that regretting may have been how the author perceived what happened. It's more complicated than that. Genesis 6:6. And the Lord was sorry. And the sense here of sorry might not be regret, but it could be he wanted to console himself that he made man on the earth, okay? And that he was grieved in his heart. Okay. Now, the word grieved means pained or hurt. So it's one of those words with a broad semantic range. Sorry is similar in that it's got to be sorry or regret or console oneself. So these are both words with very large semantic ranges. So we do have to understand that for God, emotion is not about change of mind. It's not about that. It's about the position of his essence. Okay. It's about that God feels things in relationship to the closeness of his essence to the sin. Okay. So when God's essence is closer to mankind, in a sense, he becomes less transcendent in doing that. And as a result, he now feels anger and grieved because he's close to the sin. And he feels compelled at that point to do something about it. So typically when God has to change his position to the sin to to um to console himself. Okay. So yeah, this is not a change of mind, it's a change of a position. So, and the fact is, as man sins more, God becomes more grieved because he's close to this. And he has to draw himself away into sequestered space, or we'd be essentially subject to summary judgment and well burnt to crisps. So, there's this very much um, it's a very much a matter of position rather than change of state. So this is one of the things we have to deal with when we deal with, say, the immutability of God. Is that God doesn't change. Okay? He doesn't change. He's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He's just as angry about sin today as he was at the time of the flood. Just as, but what's changed is his position to it. Christ has forgiven the sin so that God sees the sin through the filter of Christ's sacrifice. So the position of God in relation to that sin has changed. But it's not so much that to be that regretful, that it's not so much in this word here, nakan, is not so much, I wouldn't say it's so much a regret, but that but that's so much of he was to be sorry or to console oneself. And I think that there's, again, this is coming down to what is God's position to man before the flood. So I don't think I don't think it is so much regret, but it is that God has to do something about this and is grieved as a result of having to do something over this. Mysterious Fungus says, it can also be personification. We take God's actions and try to describe them in equivalent human emotion to help them understand him more. Maybe. I do think that when we talk about these passages, we do have to take God's transcendence in mind. I've noticed this on a lot of these passages that they tend to be more. You tend to see them more where God is close to humanity. So, where you see God close to humanity, like for example, when God is on Mount Sinai and the Israelites are down below already breaking the covenant. You know, there's yeah, there God because God is close to them on Mount Sinai, his essence is close. He feels stronger reactions because he's in the presence of sin. So anytime God is closer, his essence is closer to the proximity of sin, he tends to feel more. So, and God's basically reaction to sin has always been the same, which is to withdraw from it. It's always been to withdraw. So, like for example, when Adam and Eve sin in the garden, they expel Adam and Eve out, and then he withdraws to the garden to and creates that strong separation between sacred and profane. Jonathan Walker, atheists like to use Genesis 6:6 to say if God can't change his mind, how could he regret making man? Well, he can always be sorry that mankind has done this thing. Okay? He can always regret that so much evil has proliferated. Um and again, I think the whole idea of regret or sorry here is probably I think again the word here has a broad semantic range. You can easily use here console himself, because that's a potential meaning here, that the Lord consoled himself that he made man on the earth. Okay? Because there were consequences. There were consequences to making man. And one of those consequences was this evil that proliferated. Darkblade says, but under omnipresent, isn't God's presence already everywhere? So every sin had to have ever happened is in his presence. Yeah, that's why theologians have almost unanimously rejected omnipresence. Okay. In fact, I did a whole video on the whole omnipresence thing. Only a handful of here. The problem with omnipresence is it almost collapses immediately into pantheism. It collapses into pantheism, and you get no dichotomy with sacred and profane space if you have omnipresence. Um, Sacred and profane space becomes meaningless if you have omnipresence, and it's very clear that those rubrics are in the Bible. You have no separation of creation from the creator if you have omnipresence. Omnipresence creates a lot of problems. It creates a lot of problems. This is why theologians have not classically regarded it as one of the omnis. Okay? Not the one of the omnis of classical theism. So, because again, it just collapses. You had to have immanence on that level, just collapses into pantheism, and then now you got Hindu deities. So, it's very very problematic. The only theologian I can think of off the top of my head that believed in omnipresence was Martin Luther, and even he said he believed it but never explained it. So, Clypeus says omnipresence more like omniproblems. Yeah, that's what it causes, unfortunately. I mean, I find transcendence to be a much more satisfactory idea than omnipresence, as far as how God positions himself to his creation. So, and frankly, a lot of the justifications for omnipresence are not necessary anyway. Like, for example, yeah, you don't need to be omnipresent to be omniscient. or omnipotent or all good. You just don't need it. So, Jonathan Walker said, similar to how making land was good, but the making of the land allowed the possibility of earthquakes and other stuff, which God would be sad about its destructive activity. Exactly, yeah. All right. I think we covered that. Thank you, Jonathan Walker, for the question. Really appreciate it. Fred Weasley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. You didn't have to do Titus that bad in the debate, did you? Laugh out loud. I didn't do him bad. Okay, I didn't do him bad. I actually respected his position by engaging it. But he also was intransigent in some of his stuff too. And the problem is here with the Titus debate, Titus Kennedy debate, and that's what he's talking about here, is my debate with Titus Kennedy, it's 2 years ago now, is that Titus is supposed to be the expert, okay? He's made 20 TV appearances. He's been on many YouTube channels and many shows. Still does. He still does this. You know, he is supposed to be one of the two leading experts on the early Exodus date. Okay? It's him and Scott Stripling. Those are the two leading experts, according to them. Okay? According to their side of this debate. He's supposed to be the leading expert. And yet he doesn't seem to have understand the material well enough to properly defend it. If this was just some guy without a PhD, you know, some rando YouTuber out there, yeah, you know, maybe you could have taken it easy on him, but he's not. He's not a rando. He's not some rando. He teaches apologetics. You know? I mean, he even doubled down on claiming to be an expert. You know? So.
And then you had him read.
Yeah. Yeah, my producer here points out that Titus does not seem to be a big reader. And that was pretty clear when he had actually read Judges 11 that he's not a big reader. So, you know, especially given the fact that that's one of their leading arguments, to not understand the text well enough or to show that you've read it, was not a good thing, was not a good look. Now, people have asked recently, what has become of his privacy, his attempt to take that debate down because of a privacy strike. YouTube seems to have just ignored it. Okay? Which is exactly what they should have done. Okay? So, yeah, so yeah, you can't do a privacy strike on a public debate that you agreed to. So, YouTube appears to have considered his privacy complaint to be frivolous. So, Rorek, the Titus Kennedy debate, I remember. Jonathan Walker, I like his comment. I'm not saying any of my points are the crux of an argument. I'm just looking for circumstantial evidence, end quote. If your points aren't the crux, why are they treated as the crux? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's been about 2 years. Yeah. I mean, Aurora says seems so long ago now. Yeah. Well, it's been 2 years. I think the only argument he's really improved upon since then was the whole what's it called now the temple dedication inscription argument. He's made a formal reply to that. I don't think it holds water what he how he replied, but I haven't had the time to properly respond to it either. Clepius. Titus Kennedy, now that's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. His there's a reason why you haven't heard of it either. His life has kind of fallen apart a bit. We don't know that for sure. Okay. We don't know what happens. We know he's no longer teaching at Biola. Okay, that much we know. We know that the number of interviews he now does has dropped off dramatically. There was a time 2, 3 years ago when he was everywhere. He was on TBN. He was doing shows appearances on TBN. He was doing consulting work with Patterns of Evidence. He was practically everywhere. You know, he was doing appearances on YouTube channels every other week. I mean, it was so much that I could paste like a montage of thumbnails on up, and it was so many you just couldn't keep track of them all. But after that debate, it just seems that his um, um I think I think it could have claimed to have been an expert on the conquest, because that's what he got his PhD in. But he doesn't seem to have read the text and doesn't seem to be really that grounded in it. Yeah. Yeah. Jonathan Walker, he tried to redo the temple dedication stuff to make it work. Yeah. And that article he did was really flawed. But um again, it's not something that I've really looked into a whole lot. I know he loves the middle chronology, the middle Mesopotamian chronology, and nobody believes in the middle Mediterranean Mesopotamian chronology. Okay, the middle chronology for Mesopotamia, everyone almost everybody who's an expert in chronology agrees it's not valid. Okay, almost everyone agrees with this. It's the only question is it the high or is it the low chronology? And that's where sort of the people who do chronology sort of take the sides on it. But Titus loves that middle chronology, but it just has no way of working. So, and his redo of the temple dedication stuff is really dependent upon that. So, I don't think I can take his critique here very seriously. So, but I think he does blame me for that, for his turns in fortune. So, Darkblade goes, so the middle chronology is just a useful fiction. Yeah. It's basically something that they do for textbooks and for museums. Okay. It's a useful fiction for museums and textbooks, so they don't have to change the chronology and all the signs every couple of years. That's the reason they use it. Nobody thinks it's correct. Rorik says the debate was essentially Titus bringing up a bunch of flimsy arguments Dr. Falk dismantling all of them, and Sean just wanting to move on with the whole thing. Pretty much. But that's very characteristic of Sean, too. And his father did the same thing, essentially. Oh, we got five views here. They're all equal.
Sean was
Yeah. Yeah. Sean was not expecting there to be a rigorous defense. Sean was not expecting this to be one-sided. He really wasn't. And if you know Sean's debates that he has on his channel, and he doesn't do many, I would say, passionate debates, they tend to be more, well, yeah, I think I'm right, but you can be right too, kind of a debates. Where everyone is sort of agreeing that you could be right too. So if you don't take that sort of position on Sean's channel, where you're just agreeing that everyone is the other guy's right too, so that tends to be how Sean sort of structures his channel. It's very wishy-washy. It's very wishy-washy.
we did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm. So we did. I mean, I did talk to Sean McDowell at ETS this year, and he did say he had nothing to do with trying to block the debate. So Kleppy says, Dr. Falk, any news or chance of a debate with a skeptical scholar? Oh, no. Nope. They won't debate me. They won't debate me. Yeah.
Sean sounds like
No, that's a fair assessment.
very much.
Yeah. Darkblade says, Sean sounds like Christianity plus collegiality. That's a fair assessment. That's about right. Okay, so let's move on to the next super chat here. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. It really helps, and we really appreciate it. The Mysterious Fungus says, if you're just going to agree with each other in a debate, what's even the point then? Well, that's it. He doesn't want debates. He wants discussions. Okay? But not everyone agrees to that. I mean, the way Titus Kennedy launched into the discussion wasn't a debate, wasn't a discussion. You don't do a gish dash or gish gallop when you want a friendly discussion. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There were other songs.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, they weren't expecting a real scholar here. Mm-hmm. Okay, Michael Gee for $15 New Zealand. Oh, thank you for the super chat. In our modern world, we would we think of the physical realm and non-physical spiritual realms as being separate, did people in the ancient world see the two realms as an inseparable unity? Um, that one's hard to say. Because we don't have a lot of religious philosophy from back then. That's a question of metaphysics. And we don't quite have good takes that on that say deeper metaphysical discourse back then. Okay. Now, they did seem to think that the physical and spiritual realms overlapped. They did seem to think that. They did seem to think that spiritual realm would be walking right beside them. Okay. In say Egyptian society, in Egyptian religion, they thought the ghosts of the dead were walking right beside the living. And they also thought that, say, malevolent spirits did the same thing. They were all over the place. You know, you hear weird sound in your granary. That was an evil spirit. Okay, so they did see a kind of separation, but more of an overlap too. That the two realms overlapped constantly. So that's about the best as we can kind of figure it out. Jonathan Walker says, different dimensions, frequencies I see. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. That sounds about right. They also did think that there was a separate realm of the spirit too. Okay, so it was kind of a both, where both realms sort of overlapped with each other. Where you had a realm of the spirit world, and you had a realm of the living, but they also overlapped. The Venn diagram, exactly. It's a Venn diagram. And everyone loves Venn diagrams. Harris loved Venn diagrams.
Unseen realm.
Jack Ray, Unseen Realm. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the two realms were not completely separate. They overlapped, but they did see that there was multiple realms there. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And the question is, is that you are aware or have any thoughts on ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Old Testament by James B. Pritchard? Yeah, I actually do have some thoughts. Pritchard is, say, a classic group of translations. It's an anthology of ancient texts. It's a little long in the tooth now. It was good in its day. It still has some of the latest translations for few texts that haven't been retranslated elsewhere. My thought on Pritchard is you can use Pritchard. If you've got the option to use a newer translation, do so. Okay. Some of his translations have a theistic bent to them, a Christian bent to them. So I'm not always a fan of his translations. But there are also some good translations in there too. So a lot of it's going to be depend on who's doing the translating. He doesn't always, I mean, with an anthology like this, he's the editor. He's the editor. So I think he's a good translator, but as I said, some of it, his volume offers some good translations, but some of them are also out of date too. Okay, so it's not my first go-to for translations. But if it's a last resort, like sometimes if I want to do a search of an item, the here's one of the things is if you're doing, say, a word search in ancient texts, it's sometimes easier to do it in a translation than it is in its original language. For that, using Pritchard can be really handy. It can be really, really handy. But I tend to also, when presented with a translation from that volume, I don't always take it at face value either, because it does tend to be a bit on the dated side. Okay? So that's my general thoughts on Pritchard's Annett volume. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. What are your thoughts about someone who chooses to limit the serving of God's kingdom to their own household? I think that's in direct contradiction with the Great Commission. Okay, if you're limiting the serving of God's kingdom to just your house, that's not the Great Commission. Because the Great Commission says, go and let's pull it up here. Let's pull up the Great Commission. Because this is the command of Jesus. All right. And Matthew 19 to 20 outlines the Great Commission. This is the words of Jesus. Go, therefore, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. Okay. The command here is to go and make disciples of all nations, not just your house. Okay? So, the whole idea that you're just serving the kingdom by serving your household is it's an unbiblical limitation upon the Great Commission. Now, this doesn't mean everyone has to be a minister. Okay? It doesn't mean everyone has to be a missionary. It doesn't mean you have to go out and evangelize to everyone. Okay? Or do street witnessing. It doesn't mean that. It means that it's more than just staying at home. Okay? BC says, of course, if you stay at home, are a stay-at-home mom, then your work is the house, at least until your kids are grown. But yeah, even in that case, let's just take the case that for a stay-at-home mom, isn't she serving in her church too? You know, she should be serving in her church. Maybe she's a Sunday school teacher. That would be fulfilling the Great Commission.
Also,
Yeah. It's having.
If it's a stay home, it's good.
Yeah.
It's being.
Well, as my producer just said here, it's also, you know, if you're a stay-at-home mom, you're not completely at home. you're going out into the world. You're going to the shopping mart to pick up groceries, and you're talking to the grocery clerk. You're going to your kid's school and talking to the teachers and other parents. No one is in isolation here. No one is isolated to just their family.
Especially in the age of
Yeah. Yeah.
you're on.
Yeah, people are on groups and social media. So, you know, this is not this is not about this is not an either or situation. This is not a situation where one is should just serve the family or serve a mission.
And
It's both.
We understand if angels talking radically
Mm.
does.
Well, yeah. But even so, even if you were just a caregiver, and my producer here raises the point of that if you're a caregiver, it does suck up a lot of time. Especially if you've got somebody who in the family who's disabled or needs that extra care and attention, then yes, you should be giving that attention. But that's considered to be an exception, not a rule. Okay? I mean, even even in the case of an elder, elders are supposed to be managers of their household first. If you are not wisely managing your household, that's seen as a sign of poor discipleship. But that doesn't exclude service to the church as well, and service to the kingdom of God. So I think there's definitely this idea of limiting your service to just your own house is too narrow. It's too narrow. So I think
Well, a lot of us aren't missionaries.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, most of us aren't missionaries. Most of us aren't missionaries. Most of us aren't evangelists. But we all have gifts. God gives us all spiritual gifts. If you're in the body of Christ, you have a spiritual gift. What's that spiritual gift supposed to be used for? It's used for the edification of the body of Christ. So, because it is used for the edification of the body of Christ, there is that expectation that no matter where you are in your walk in life, you're using those gifts for the building of the kingdom. By the way, I've never heard of anyone using the gift of tongues in their own household against their kids. Can you imagine starting to talk to your kids in the tongues of angels? What? You little brat, you didn't have an interpreter? Out to the woodshed with you. Oh, I know people who pray in tongues at home too, but can you imagine doing that with your kids though? Really? Okay. Jack Ray, the gift of tongue lashing. Yeah. But the gifts are meant to be for the edification of the body of believers, not necessarily something you use at home. So I don't think that you can necessarily limit it unless you have a special case. And I would say that special case is if you're a full-time caretaker. And that can happen. That can happen. So if you're as I say, if you're a special needs caretaker, that's an exception. But that's not what I would consider to be the general rule for, say, the serving of the body. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think God is talking about the divine council in Genesis 1:26 or another person of the Godhead? Pull up the text and we will take a look. Genesis 1:26. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the sky, and over the cattle over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." And God created man in his own image, and in the image of God he created him. Male and female, he created them. Okay. Now this is going to be this has been an open question that's still debated. Is this talking is the let us the royal sort of we here? Let us make man in our image. Is it talking about the divine council, or is it talking about the persons of the Trinity? Okay. Now, I think here in this particular case, the Trinitarian interpretation is a stronger interpretation. And the reason why is because of verse 27. Verse 26, God says, "Let us make man in our image." Okay. Let us make. Okay. So that's there's a plural there. So let us make. And then verse 27 tells us who does the making. And God created man in his image, and in the image of God he created him, male and female. Okay. So I think it's very clear from the context that what we're talking about here is a Trinitarian aspect of plurality here, not so much a divine council. Now, that does not preclude the idea of say a cohortative interpretation of this. So you got the divine council interpretation, you've got the Trinitarian interpretation, and then you have a third interpretation called the cohortative. Okay. Now the cohortative interpretation is just God using a term of the royal we. You know, when he means me. Okay? Let us do this. When he just means I will do this. Okay? That's what's called a cohortative interpretation. So it's the idea you've got God the Father doing the creating here, but using this royal language instead. Okay. Now, I don't think either the cohortative here or the Trinitarian view is perfectly valid here. I tend to lean here more towards the Trinitarian view, but people who take the cohortative interpretation of this, it's an acceptable view, but I think the Trinitarian view is just slightly stronger here. And it fits very well with, say, the two powers in heaven theology that you do find in the Old Testament as well. So, Jonathan Walker says, sort of like whether to refer themselves in their head as I or we. Yeah, that would be the cohortative. Okay, but I've seen both. I think both interpretate. The only one I don't think here is a valid is say I don't think the divine council view of this is correct. Okay. So that sort of leaves you with then, because it's clear from verse 27 that if this refers to the divine council, the divine council is not creating anything. So yeah, we're not made in the divine council's image. Okay. Yeah, that's your key to understanding this is verse 27, that God created man God in the singular, in his own image and in the likeness of him. So that, again, that leaves open your two possibilities here. Either the cohortative reading of verse 26 or the Trinitarian reading of 26 and 27. And that just comes straight out of the text. Okay? So, BC angry visor noises. Well, I didn't always agree with him on some of this stuff. So.
But you two would have had fantastic time
Oh, yeah.
talking.
Yeah. I agreed with Heiser more than I disagreed with him. But there were just some aspects I didn't agree with him always on. As I've said before, I've gone kind of halfway with him on the Council of Gods, on the Divine Council theology. I think he's absolutely correct when it comes to Job, but that's Iron Age literature. So, yeah, he's likely to be correct on the Iron Age literature. We're talking here, though, in Genesis 1 Bronze Age literature. So, okay. So that's where I stand with Genesis 1:26. I think you could go either way, but I have a preference towards the Trinitarian reading of this. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I'll take this non-super chat because I've seen this a couple times tonight. Yeah. Several people have asked this tonight.
It started.
I will take the one here from 9:45. Yeah, several people have brought this up, so we will take this. Okay. And FriendDog17 asks, what do you make of the supposed underground structures beneath the pyramids making headlines? I think it's complete hogwash. I think it's complete malarkey. Baloney? Poppycock? I think it's stupid. Okay? Stupid. Now, here's what they've proposed. That using this scanning technology that they've got, there's these spiral structures underneath the pyramids that descend 2 kilometers down and sit on a box. And these have springs on it, coils on them. Are you joking? 2 kilometers. That's the average depth of an oil well. 2 freaking kilometers. Good grief. It's so stupid. They're not carving out a big pit 2 kilometers deep. Darkblade says, I've only seen one image accompanied with a community note saying image was manipulated or AI generated or something. Yeah, Clypeus says, in the words of one famous Egyptologist, I'm not convinced. Yeah. I mean, it's so dumb. And how this stuff ever made it into an academic paper, I, 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 it's baffling. It's absolutely baffling. No, the stupidity of this theory is just, it's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom the stupidity of this. Wow. Worst popcorn review ever. I mean, if you just think about what would be um the practicalities of this, you know, well, that's just it. Well, they think this is an energy storage device. You know, you drill this. I don't know, but 2 kilometers. It's like, you're joking. I mean, what would be the what's it called now? As I said, the practical matter of just digging a 2 kilometer pit underneath your pyramid and then trying to suspend it again. Yeah, piling all that stone on top of on top of a box, on top of a. I don't get it. Well, it's a scan. It's some sort of weird scan, resonance scan. It's a vibration scan. So, I mean, there's definitely methodological problems with it. We don't know where the vibrations are coming from and all that. So it does Dark Blade. How stupid is it on a scale of 1 to that time when there was no late bronze Jericho became consensus despite rebutting evidence already being there? Yeah, it's pretty high on that scale. I mean, it's dumb. It's so stupid. No, when I saw this, I was just like, "You're kidding me? Like, you serious?" Like, that was the only thing I could think. Is how incredibly stupid it is. I mean, to drill one oil shaft 2 kilometers deep, okay, would have been a challenge back then. But to bore out a pyramid-sized hole 2 kilometers deep, wow, you're smoking some good stuff there. You're smoking some heck of a good stuff there. Wow. I want to know where they get that stuff. Because they're smoking some really good weed there. Oh. Yeah. So that's my opinion on that those underground structures beneath the pyramids making headlines. I think this is the sort of stuff that you get from the Ancient Aliens crowd. Um, I think this is Graham Hancock fodder. It's just it's Graham Hancock kind of crazy. It's that kind of crazy. It's Graham Hancock kind of nuts. So
Real Egypt is so fascinating.
Yeah.
So they.
Hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just bizarre. Bizarre. Okay, so I hope that answers your question on those supposed structures. I'm not buying it for a moment. I think this is wacko jacko. Okay? All right, next one here. From Mechanique for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Suppose the weather is hazy and the sun disk is visually blotted with a tiny dot. Venus is transiting. Hindus might say Surya wept. Ancient China call a chip in Shangdi mirrors. What might Egypt say? Blotted to a tiny dot. Um, they might say Ra was darkened. That would be about it. Um, but it would have to be really hazy and really dark for that to happen. The fact is that Egypt did have hazy weather from time to time, and so it would need a little more than that. So yeah, but that's what I would say here. Is probably they would say that the sun was blotted, and that would probably be basically Ra was blotted. That's what the Egyptian would say here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Clybius. Dr. Falk should write a book about his various exploits and call it folklore. Well, they certainly got a bunch of folklore on the tour. Oh boy. Boy, did they. All right, let's go to the next one here. Actually, looks like we're at the end of the super chats. Yeah. We might have to call it an early night here. Yeah, we got Jack Ray just gave us 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Especially since we didn't have a live stream last week. So we do appreciate the generous support. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Darkblade asks, when will you start learning Latin? Wish I had the time to learn Latin. Yeah, yeah. Both my producer and I are annoyed that Trinity had Latin offering on the catalog, but never actually did the classes. So I really wish I learned Latin. Yeah, we had a petition of people who wanted to learn Latin and just couldn't get the class done. Jack Ray asks, Latin is not post-interesting? Oh, it is post-interesting. It's also useful. Dossman adds for $2 here. Comes up in a moment. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, Dossman. Folklore. Okay. Paul here for $19.99. Very generous super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Stop ruining ancient aliens theories. You know I like my sacred cows well done. I like my steak rare and my sacred cows well done. My steaks I like them to show at the fire then kill it. But my sacred cows I want them well roasted, well done. Turn them into burnt offerings. Oh dear. Clavius asks, what alien tinfoil hat theory do you think is actually the strongest? I don't know. I mean, by definition, alien tin hat theories are pretty out there. Wow. I don't even know how to answer that. I don't even know how to answer that because it's um most of them are so badly constructed. I mean, if it's a espoused by the ancient aliens crew, yeah, it's pretty whacked. Jonathan Walker says that there might be aliens somewhere. That's it. That's about it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to the idea that there's alien life out there. Totally open to that. But whether or not they actually visited here, that's a different question. I mean, we're talking a trillion galaxies with a trillion stars each. The probability is pretty good that there's some other alien life out there. Have we ever contacted it, or has it ever contacted us? Probably not. Because of everything is so distant from each other. I mean, I'd love if, we someday develop a faster than light star drive and explore the galaxy. I would love to see that. I would love to see photographs of distant worlds. I think that would be absolutely fascinating. Do I think I'll see it in my lifetime? No, probably not. Yeah. Dossman, I like to think it's a small little bacteria society living 15 galaxies over. Yeah, possible. I mean, given how God likes life, God likes to create living things. God made angels. God made principalities and powers. God made animals. God made humanity. It seems inconceivable to me that we would be the only life in the galaxy, in the universe. I think God would use his desire to create and have relationship with beings in such a way that it wouldn't be limited to man and it wouldn't be limited to this world. Given how many worlds are out there. So um so yeah, I think it's definitely possible there's alien life out there. Now, is it hostile to human life is another question. Is it going to be some a form of life that we can even interact with? I mean, you've got lots and lots of questions out there that could come out as a result of these inquiries. But I think it's an interesting thing to speculate upon. I can't see there's no biblical reason to say it didn't happen. Not a single biblical reason to say that there isn't other life on other planets. So, So yeah, it's just something that the Bible doesn't talk about. So Dossman says, I really want to see something alien that lives in space itself. Now that would be impressive. It'd be impressive just to know that there's other life out there. Not just one that lives in space, but one that lives on a planet. That seems to be where life seems to situate itself. So, I mean, we only have one example, but yeah, it's. I think that's a really interesting prospect. Okay. DWC asks a member question here. Hope the trip to Egypt was fun. Definitely looking forward to hearing about it. Oh yeah, it was fun. We did do the pyramids. We did do the Egyptian Museum. We did do the Ramesseum, despite the protest of our guide. Again, it was. I mean, I did my best to make sure we got to see the important sites that are relevant to Egypt and the Bible. Okay, yeah, we got time, so we can talk about the trip. We arrived in Cairo, a little early because of the change in flight. Went to our hotel and met most of the tour. Two came the next day, or arrived that evening, and we got to meet them the next day. And we had a pair of brothers, pair of sisters, and a married couple. And it was a really cool tight knit group, really cool tight knit group. And we got to see the next day. We got to see the ritual sites around the funerary temple of Menkaure, which almost nobody ever goes. But it's absolutely fascinating. It's probably one of the most interesting things there on the Giza Plateau. More interesting than the pyramids themselves. So that was really cool. That was really cool. The next day we went to, or the same day we went to the Egyptian Museum, and got to see the Merneptah Victory Stela, the so-called Israel Stela. So we got to explain that. I showed them where Israel was on the stela. One of the things that really impresses people about that is how huge it is. It is massive. It's like 9 or 10 feet tall. Yeah, you think of it kind of tiny like the Narmer palette? Yeah, the Narmer palette is pretty small, but this thing's massive. I mean, it's big. If this thing fell on you, it'd be the end of you. It'd squash you. Okay, so, but as I said, it's about 9 or 10 feet tall. It's big. So they got, we got that, and then, from there we moved on into the Amarna display because the guide really loves the Amarna display. And that's fine, okay. He got to lecture a bit, and then I added my 2 cents, and then I got recognized. It was funny. I was in there talking about, the burial of Akhenaten and who took over during the Amarna period. And then I get a couple guys coming over and like pushing their way through my people and go, "Hey, I just want to meet you, Dr. Falk." And it turned out to be a couple of students from Liberty University. They recognized me there at the Egyptian Museum and wanted selfies. So it was pretty cool. We're big fans, Dr. Falk. Can we get a selfie? Here I'm going to my tour. I can't even escape to Egypt without being recognized. Yeah. That was interesting. So, that was fun. Uh, Next day we went to the Bent Pyramid, Memphis, and Saqqara. the step pyramid there, and that was interesting too. We they got the opportunity to enter the bent pyramid, and they were all gung ho to go inside the bent pyramid, and they all came out and said never again. Because the bent pyramid's super steep. It is really steep. It's also got some places where you got to kind of crawl on your butt to get to the passage, because the passage is so narrow. And it's like, I didn't go in myself to the bent pyramid because it's like, okay, that's not my thing. That's not my thing. But they said they're glad they did it, but never again. So
What you said the first time.
yeah, that's what I said the first time. Jack Ray, it's called the bent pyramid because it's the shape you get after visiting it. Oh yeah. Yeah, kinda, yeah. So so after I did the after we did the bent pyramid, we went to Saqqara, and they got to see the step pyramid and the first Uraeus ever put on a temple in Egypt. But I showed them something else very, very special at Saqqara. Very, very special. I showed them the these shaft tombs. Deep shaft tombs. I mean, really deep. They go down like 60 feet. Not 2 kilometers, by the way. 60 feet, okay? Still, that's a pretty long drop if you fall down. Since the last time I visited those, they put caution tape around it because I guess some people were doing stupid things and fell down the shaft. So, yeah, there was guardrails there and signs, and basically, yeah, people still ignored them. Um, but yeah, yeah. So we visited one of them. I think it was the shaft tomb of Amenhotep Ankh, and I said to the tour group, "This is a very, very special shaft tomb. This is Ron Wyatt's Joseph's Granary." I said, "Now you've been to one of Ron Wyatt's discoveries. If any, at this point, you should be all overwhelmed by the Holy Spirit, and you should now feel that everything Ron Wyatt has ever said about anything is true, and that he's the one true prophet of God."
Dustman. It is the most.
Dossman says, "Oh wow, it is the most special one."
I was asking your period.
That's a very important question. I don't have an opinion on the 52 or 53 degree slope. All of them are different. But yeah, yeah, I took them. I said to them, now you can, if anyone claims that you can't judge Ron Wyatt because you haven't actually seen any of it, been to any of the sites of his discovery. I said, hey, now you can claim you have been to a site that Ron Wyatt claimed to have discovered. There you go. You've been to one. And if you don't accept Ron Wyatt, you're all going to hell. And they're gonna laugh at you as you burn. Okay, gotta leave that point in too. Jonathan Walker, not the Ark, chariot wheels, or Jesus' blood. The storage grain is the most important one. Okay, so We took them to a Ron Y discovery just to say they've seen one. Okay. For some strange reason, they didn't seem convinced. I wonder why. I don't get it. That's supposed to be the magic, right? You visit the site and you're overwhelmed by the emotion of the Holy Spirit to convict you to believe it. Yeah. I don't think that's how belief works. Okay. So, that was Saqqara, which was fun. We then went to Aswan. And Aswan, we went to the highlight for everyone at Aswan was seeing the island of Elephantini. Now, the island of Elephantini is really cool. It's where the Israelites fled to after the assassination of the Babylonian governor Gedaliah. Okay, so we went there. I showed them the remains of the temple of Yahweh there. It's one of the last remaining structures of any temple of Yahweh. And some of them prayed there nearby. They got to see the Israelite village on the nearby the temple of Khnum. And they got to see a Nilometer there. Okay. So they loved that. Then we went what did we do after that? There was a Coptic church that we visited there. Under the temple of Satet. But then we went back and we explored the night market. Now, we didn't get long at the night market. I wish we had be able to do that longer. But they got to see the sights and the sounds of the Aswan night market, which is absolutely fantastic. One of them said that they were overwhelmed by all the sights, smells, sounds, noises. It's one of those cities that it's a night city, so it comes alive at night after dark. Yeah, the tour group gets up at 6, so it's difficult for them to really get to be rested enough to really take advantage of it. Okay, next day we went to Thebes, to Luxor. First night in Luxor, we saw Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple at night. They love Luxor Temple because it's beautiful at night. It's absolutely beautiful at night. They got to see the map of the road of Horus, where Migdol is mentioned. They got to see the horned altar. They thought that was fabulous. They also got to see how sacralizing converters worked in the temple of Tutmosis III. There's this cool window in the side of the temple where people used to bring their offerings. There's a plinth right beside it for the box, the sacralizing converter, and they could see the whole process of offering from the farmer to just being presented before the god in one small little temple. They love the horned altar because it's an early horned altar that predates the horned altar of the tabernacle. So they got to see that. And that was all at Karnak. Okay. Next day we went to the Valley of the Kings, and we didn't get much time there again, unfortunately. And we also did the Ramesseum, and they love the Ramesseum. The Ramesseum has so much neat stuff in it. There's a scene of child sacrifice there. Canaanites sacrificing children there. There's the names of the sons of the king. There is the tree of life is there. Some really great bark reliefs is there. Yeah.
Egyptian.
Yeah. It's not Celtic. Yeah, it's definitely not Celtic. It's definitely Egyptian and dates to thousands of years before the Celts ever used it. And they also got to see the storage cities that the Israelites made the mud bricks for. So they actually got to see a storage city that was built using Israelite mud bricks. So they were thrilled by that. And then after the Ramazim, we went back to the hotel. It was kind of an early night there because everyone's kind of tired. The next day we went to, which was really the final day of the tour, we went to the tomb of Reckmeyer. Thank you, Frank Turek. So we went to the tomb of Reckmeyer, and they got to see the Asiatics making mud bricks in the tomb. They also got to see the vizier. They also got to see a lot of the tribute that was being brought by the agency of the vizier. And then after that, we went to Medina Habu, where they got to see all sorts of interesting stuff there. Okay, so then the next day we flew back to Cairo, and then we went home. So that sort of covers the tour. Was a great little tour. Also, should have mentioned too. We did a baptism. Okay, we actually did a baptism on the tour. Now, I'm not at liberty to say who got baptized. Okay, but it's a cool story. It's a cool story. Because it happened on the night before we went to Medina Habu. Okay. McDonald's, yes, we did do McDonald's. We didn't get much time for it because the guide was really obstructive about this. But we did do McDonald's once where we went and we got the apple pies, the infamous deep fried apple pies, and everyone said yes, it does live up to the hype. So glad it wasn't in the Nile. Yeah, well that's that would not be good. Okay. But we had to do this baptism, and one of the persons on the tour, the night we did the Ramazim, we went back to the hotel, and I went right to the pool because my feet were just killing me. And by the time I got up into my hotel room and took a nap, I woke up, and I get this message on my phone saying, one of the people on the tour wants to be baptized, and it's like after 6 p.m. already. Pool's closed. We can't do that. And it's like, and the next morning we're checking out. So it's like, okay, what do we do here? So went to dinner with the tour, and they said, oh, no problem, we'll just sneak in the morning. We'll sneak into the morning and do a baptism in the pool. It's like, okay. Yeah, okay, I'll do it, but we also have to do a chrismation. Okay? Because I think if you're going to baptize something, one, you should also chrismate them as well. Okay, so because a lot of denominations will not accept a baptism without a chrismation. So we had to get some olive oil from the kitchen. We had to get some olive oil from the kitchen. And trying to get them to put that in a to-go package was next to impossible. So we made somebody the official custodian of the olive oil. So after dinner, they had to haul this olive oil up the stairs and bring it back down for the next day. So 6:45 in the morning, we're all gathered there. And it's like, okay, well, it's morning. It's really early in the morning. We're about to do this thing. So I had my discussion with the baptismal candidate, and then we went out. The person gave their testimony, and took a few steps down to the pool, did the dunk, and she dried off, and then we did the chrismation. And Yeah, we had a baptism there. It was really cool. Jonathan Walker, you had your own priesthood for the baptism. This is one of the things about baptism that's really interesting. Um, you do not require an ordination to baptize. And we are going to do a Monday video on this at one point, talking about baptism, because I think it's one of those interesting things that doesn't
Wants to go.
Dossman, I require mine to be done in the Nile. Well, that's because maybe you want to go straight to heaven right after. The water will make you strong. Or it'll give you parasites. Yeah.
But no, you did the
Chrismation? Yeah, I did do the chrismation. Scott Worthen says the Didache's baptism guidelines are the old school. Yep. Tried and true parameters to baptism. Yes, they are. Yeah, the Didache is a really good guide for baptism. It's an excellent guide. And baptism is also part of the Great Commission as well. So so as long as the guy who's doing the baptism has received a laying of hands, there shouldn't be any problem here. And I have received a laying of hands, okay, prior to my seminary education. So we're good there. But there's nothing in the Bible that prevents one believer from baptizing another, really. It's more tradition that you have to be ordained within certain denominations to perform baptisms. So this will depend entirely on your denomination. Like, for example, Roman Catholics require that the baptizer be ordained. Covenant the covenant denomination also requires an ordination for baptism. But a lot of other denominations don't. Gandalf the Based asks a question here. Do you know of any good commentaries that aren't reformed? I'm Southern Baptist youth minister and I'm having trouble finding a good commentary set that isn't Calvinist. I use the ESV, CSB, NASB. Well, here's the thing. I mean, commentaries tend to be more written by people in the Reformed tradition. Okay, that's just one of the things about commentaries. Now, there are commentary sets that are definitely not Reformed. I believe it was there was one. I can't remember which one it was. It was something like the Ancient Faith commentary set. That's not Reformed. It's definitely not Reformed. But at the same time, too, it's not an exegetical commentary, so the value of that commentary isn't great. There are Hermeneia is definitely not Reformed. It's more liberal. Okay, so the Hermeneia commentary set is a good commentary set. It's just not Reformed or any other. It's scholarly, but not necessarily Christian. So you gotta understand that as you do it. So a lot of this is just going to depend upon, where your proclivities are, and a lot of it is just, how do I say this? It's you're going to find that mileage varies on commentaries anyway. Okay. Yes. A lot of commentary. Well, I would recommend, say, I mean, I think you should take commentaries on a case by case basis. Okay, I don't think there's one commentary that covers it all. Commentary set that covers it all. Like, for example, I think there's um the word commentary set does a very good job of the New Testament and kind of an iffy job on the Old Testament. The Nikot series does very well. The New International Commentary of the Old Testament, I think that's a very good set. None of them are perfect. Um, I think those, but it's a very good commentary set. Um, um, but that's really what I would go for good expository exegetical commentaries. That's sort of my go-to. It's always my go-to. Um, the Jewish Bible Society produces a decent commentary on the Old Testament. But so that's sort of where I mean, for example, Sarna wrote for that series. His Exodus commentary is sort of my to go, where I start when I look for commentaries on Exodus. So, ah, Scott Worth, an only good commentary on the Old Testament is the Talmud. I get no traction from fellow Christians on the matter. I can see why, honestly. I can see why you're not going to get traction on that. I don't typically like the Talmud. Um, it's full of a lot of the Talmud is really oral history. It's oral teachings. It's it's really collated oral scriptures that oral traditions that are 1,000 years after the fact. So, and it's really based upon a lot of it is based upon both Second Temple period theology as well as stuff as late as 500 AD. So you're in some respects when you're talking Talmud, you're really talking about in many respects early medieval theology. So I've never found it to be very reliable. So I tend to stay away from the Talmud. Um, there was a time when I did venture into it, but I didn't find it useful. So okay. All right. Producer wants a question, a non super chat answered. All right, here we go. Darkblade asked the question. I am making an Egyptian temple in Minecraft. Good for you. We need more Egyptian temples in Minecraft. Which mobs do I have to keep out in order to avoid defiling it? Well, you want to keep out the Remechu. You want to keep out the commoners. Okay? So keep the farmers out. No farmers. No slaves. You want to keep out the riffraff. Okay? You can allow in into the peristyle hall, you can allow the craftsmen in. Okay? Craftsmen are allowed in the peristyle. Anyone who gets past the peristyle, though, has to be a priest. Okay? So that those are the mobs you want to keep out. You want to keep out everybody but your priesthood. At least the inner court and the hypostyle, they need to be all priests. In the peristyle, you can get away with some craftsmen. Zombies. Yeah, you want to keep out the zombies too. Just saying. Zombie priests. Well, if they're the fully dead, if they're the dead kind of zombies, then they can't go in either. They're defiled. Clapius. that dark blade. Make sure to punch the diplomats as well. Nice. Nice. Punching of diplomats, that takes place in the palaces. You need a palace, though, too, if you're going to be punching out diplomats. Because you got to chain your diplomats to the pillars to get a good beating. Yep, pigs and skeletons have to remain outside the temple. Okay. We do have a super chat here from the Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the acts of Thecla? Alicia? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Thecla, huh? As I said, I have not really heard of this. Yeah. That's Apocrypha. Yeah. It's Apocrypha. And the earliest attestation is about 190 AD. So it's late.
Somebody said Google Edgar J.
Yeah, from the Wikipedia here, Edgar J. Godspeed called it a religious romance. Dang. Yeah, I think we can relegate this to fiction here. Yeah. You know, it's definitely 2nd century. Late 2nd century. Really late 2nd century.
It could be.
Gandalf the Base asks, have you seen Gatlin Ortland's video on the canon of scripture? No, I haven't. But I'm aware of what some of his views are on it, so... what's your opinion on it, if you've seen it? From what I can personally tell, the history of the canon is complicated, to say the least. It is complicated. I think canonicity is a very interesting thing. It also seems to be something that throughout most of the history of the Christian church wasn't seen as all that important. It wasn't important enough to be addressed in councils generally. It only seems to have been addressed at times of controversy. That's about the only time. But throughout most of the history of the church, it seems to have been the canon was pretty much, well, the canon. It was more or less recognized than it was declared. Okay, so I don't know what his arguments are here, but I also tend to usually side with Gavin here on his views on canonicity in general. I don't always side with his views on, say, what other denominations believe. I think he's very good. I think he's very good at, say, the historical aspects, which makes sense because his PhD is in early Christian history. Okay, that's what his PhD is in. So he would be very, very good at stuff such as canonicity. That's sort of his forte. That's his wheelhouse. Is early Christian doctrine. So this is something he's good at. It's only when you start getting into sort of the more developmental theology stuff that it sort of kind of sometimes goes off the rails as to what, say, groups will believe today. But most of the time I end up agreeing him on stuff such as canonicity. Okay. From in the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What exactly is happening in Matthew 27, 51 to 53? Did this event happen? Is it symbolic? What's the purpose of it occurring after Christ's death? I don't know what he's talking about here. Matthew 27. Okay, 51 to 53. And behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth shook, and the rocks were split, and the tombs were opened, and many of the bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered the Holy Spirit and appeared to many. Okay. First of all, I don't think it's symbolic. Now, I know Mike Lacona thinks it's symbolic. I think he's wrong. Okay. What I don't think happened, though, either, is that all the tombs were opened up and everyone's came walking out. Okay, I don't think that. I think what happened here is these are the representational effects of the resurrection. Okay? These are the first fruits of resurrection. Okay? So let's take this piece by piece. Now, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. Now, this is the curtain around the Holy of Holies. That's deeply representative of the Holy Spirit being unleashed, the Shekinah glory being unleashed from that sacred space. This is really an important thing to have happened, okay? Because the Holy of Holies separated God from man. That sacred and profane space that we saw in Genesis. This is the reverse of that. Okay? This is the reverse of Genesis here, where man is now pushed out and God is now behind a veil of sacred space, guarded by seraphim and cherubim. This is the opposite of that, where the veil of the temple is torn and the Holy Spirit is now leaves sacred space and enters into the world. This is God taking back earth. The kingdom of Christ is now established. This is the inauguration of the kingdom of Christ. And that happens when you tear apart that veil and the Holy Spirit walks out of sacred space and now invades the profane world. Okay? So I think this is absolutely critical for this to be, say, a literal event. If this isn't a literal event, then the Holy Spirit isn't back out in the world. We're just sort of still in that sacred profane dichotomy. And the Holy Spirit is not living really in us at that point. So I think this is one of those things that's a necessity of the divine resurrection and the inauguration of Christ's kingdom. Okay, so go on. The earth shook and the rocks were split. Again, more evidence that this is a sea change. The tide's gone out and the tide's coming back in. So this is a sea change, a change in the establishment of the world order. Everything now is different. Verse 52. And the tombs were opened, and many of the bodies of the saints. Now notice the wording here. Bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. Now, again, Mike Lacona will think this is a fictional event, just a symbol to represent the resurrection. He doesn't believe this really happened. I disagree with Lycona. Again, I think Lycona here is really he's drank the Kool-Aid. He's drank a lot of the Kool-Aid. So Matthew here is quite explicit. It's the bodies of the saints. It's not just the saints. And that would have been really convenient. Saints who'd fallen asleep were raised. He's very explicit here in saying the bodies, the corpses. The text here says soma, body. So, and it doesn't say all, it just says many. So it's a representational sample. It's not meant to confer that some of them, that a lot of them are walking about here. No, it's not inferring that at all. Just some of the bodies of the saints were raised. Again, this becomes a testimony. It becomes a testimony of Christ's power, that he has the power to reverse death. So not only is this important because it's not just, say, the resurrection, Christ defeating death through his resurrection, but his resurrection outpours life-giving power to others. So you could say, oh, okay, yeah, he died on the cross and he swooned, and but it was just him. Just him. But if you got a bunch of other people walking around too now that are dead, well, that puts a different complexion on this. So the apostle here is basically going, hey, okay, the tombs were opened, and the bodies, the corpses are raised. They're coming out of their tombs after his resurrection. They entered the holy city and appeared to many. This is evidential. It's basically saying, hey, yeah, there was this guy from Nazareth who died on the cross. He gets buried, and now he's risen again, and it's not just him, but there's others. That's supposed to be evidence. Evidence for the divinity of Christ. That is, his resurrection is not only effective upon him, but others too. It's not enough that Christ defeats sin. He also has to defeat death. And what better way to show he's defeated death than you got a lot of dead people walking around. Yeah, so I don't think it's symbolic. I don't think this is symbolic. I don't think it would even, I don't think there's even a point for this to be symbolic. Yeah, what would the symbolism be here to say that corpses are now walking? I mean, okay, saints maybe, but to say the bodies of the saints? Yeah, that's different. So, I mean, the purpose of it is clear, to show the power of Christ. That's the purpose, is to show the power of the resurrection here. Okay, if you're going to show the power of the resurrection, and it can't really be symbolic, because you're not showing anything then if the power of the resurrection is being shown here by a symbol, you're not really showing the power of the resurrection. They're old bodies. Yeah. Yeah, they'd probably be recently dead. Because it does say saints set apart, those set apart. And it would only be a representation too. So So that's sort of my view on this. I don't, as I say, I don't agree with Lycona here. I think Lycona's views here are problematic. Again, what would be the purpose of this anyway? You know, if you said symbolic, was symbolic of what? Christ's power to resurrect people from the dead. That's what it's symbolic of. But if he didn't resurrect somebody from the dead, then he's not really showing it what that symbolism would be. So it becomes self-defeating. It's a self-defeating proposition. Yeah, it would.
In the last day, it'll be.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, at that point then, if Lycona's right, the best he can say here is that this would be a promise of the resurrection to come. But then the wording of this is really strange, which is in verse 53, you know, coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered the Holy Spirit and appeared to many. Well, if this is the promise of the future resurrection per Lycona, why would you have people, the bodies of dead people, appearing to many? It doesn't make a whit of sense. It doesn't make a whit of sense. Clypeus says at Darkblade, I don't think Mike Lacuna isn't a Christian. He may be wrong, but his conclusion seems to be honest. I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah. I think that's a fair assessment of Lycona's view. I don't think he isn't a Christian. You know, I don't think, but I think he's wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's correct about this. So I think it's just one of those issues where I think Lycona has a little bit of an anti-super. I've noticed this about Lycona. He has a bit of an anti-supernatural bias, and that could come from his liberal education. And he is trained in liberal theology, so I think there is a strong proclivity towards anti-supernaturalism there. But there's really no event like the resurrection either. I mean, it is the paradigmatic supernatural event. You know, the resurrection is the most supernatural event in the Bible. So Scott Worthen says, personally, I would complain. More Lazarus complaints about being woken up unfairly from an enjoyable dirt nap. Sir Kepler says, Lycona says it's hyperbolic apocalyptic language, I think. Yeah, he does. Similar to how he said guts were falling out of people and war was happening in the heavens at Caesar's death. Yeah, again, I don't think this is hyperbolic language, though. I mean, if this was hyperbolic apocalyptic language, why add appeared to many? Okay. Yeah, baby. Vermin Trash Rat says, if anything, it seems that stating it's symbolic just gets people who proclaim zombies are in the Bible off their back. Yeah, zombies are dead people, though. At least in the colloquial sense. Yeah, but they're not zombies. No, these are alive people. Yeah. Clavius says Lazarus had to go right back to listening to Martha and Mary bicker about meal prep. Yeah, they did kind of. Jonathan Walker says I would be like, why did you bring me back to Earth? I enjoyed being in Abraham's bosom. I didn't want to come back to Earth. That would be a fair point. That would be a fair point. Yeah. So, but I don't think it's I don't think it's hyperbolic apocalyptic language. If it was, why the appearance to many? I don't think that makes a huge amount of sense. You know, it's kind of like the whole. Well, then you can claim that. Here's the problem with that reading. There's another problem with that reading that I think we should bring up too. If this appeared to many is just a hyperbolic event, an apocalyptic hyperbolic event that never really happened, then you could use that same logic to apply to the resurrection of Christ. You could make a docetic argument at that point that said, well, you know, Christ never really resurrected from the dead. His appearance to many is a hyperbolic apocalyptic event that never really happened. And I think that's a very dangerous point. Okay? That's a very dangerous thing. Once you say that this is a hyperbolic event, apocalyptic event, then the critic has justification for saying that Christ appearing to many is a hyperbolic apocalyptic event that never really happened. I think that's very problematic. Very problematic. It also doesn't take the text at its face value here either. So I think that's an issue, and I don't think Lycona has properly thought this thing through. So I think Lycona here is in an attempt to make the text more rational, guts it. Yeah. Clypeus says, welcome to the Boltman School. Exactly. Mythologizing. Yep. It's right out of the Boltman School. Yep. God in one. Yeah, so I think we have to be very, very careful about how we exegete some of these texts or how we interpret them. I mean, this isn't even an exegesis problem. This is an interpretation issue. Because we have to understand that our interpretations also have consequences. Because if you're going to interpret here Matthew 27:53 in an hyperbolic apocalyptic way, you're going to also have to do the other text that way too. Otherwise, you're going to fall into special pleading. So, Sir Kepler says, Paul said Christ appeared to 12 and many. Didn't seem like hyperbolic apocalyptic language to me. Yeah, it didn't seem like that to me. So then what's the warrant for this piece of text to be hyperbolic apocalyptic language? There isn't a warrant, and that's the problem. The from the trash lat gives us a super chat here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, how would you respond to those who say, because of the belief that life is not worth living because of suffering, I didn't ask to be born? I think some people, those people need help. Yeah, they need help. suffering is not a great excuse to ask, to self-delete. It's not a good excuse for that. If you are suffering, you need help. You need help. You need spiritual counseling. You need, if you're suffering medically, you do need medical attention. If you're suffering psychologically, you might need the help of a mental health professional. Okay? Self-deletion is never the best option. It's never the best option. So, yeah. So, that's what I would say there is, but here's the thing. Here's what I found is that most of the people who say that life is not worth living because of suffering are not usually the people who are suffering. When I've heard this, 9 times out of 10, it's somebody else thinking for somebody else that their life isn't worth living. Yeah. This is what we found, say, in euthanasia research, is that it's not the person who's suffering that wants to end their life. It's usually pressure from the outside. They did a study of, say, euthanasia in the Netherlands, and they found that 20% of those who were euthanized in the Netherlands didn't give consent. Yeah.
82% were consensual.
Yeah.
Well, crap.
Yeah, they the way they couched this was 82% were consensual.
Crap, that means nearly 20%.
That's 18% that weren't consensual. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy. So, Darkblade says some places now have legal self-offing pods now. Yeah, this is like Futurama. Like the suicide booths in Futurama. It's like, who thought that would be a thing? It's like, oh, Scott, they're here.
They're here.
They're here. They've started doing those booths. It's already here. That's what's so crazy about this is, Futurama is art imitating life. Or life is imitating Futurama. It's hard to say. Yeah, it's not so. But we're here at this point. So, but it's, again, most of the time, it's somebody else who's pressuring these people into doing it. Or even sort of, say, well-intentioned sympathizers, will come up to somebody who's very ill and basically says, "You're so strong. I couldn't live with what you're going through." What a horrible thing to say. I've heard people say that. That's an awful thing to say. But you hear it all the time. "Oh, you're so strong. How do you live with that kind of suffering?" I mean, it's awful, but you hear it all the time.
Well, what you hear nowadays is you're a burden on society.
Oh yeah, you do hear the burden. You're a burden on society too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get that as well. Think about your family, the financial burden you're putting them through, or we have sympathy for them. We wouldn't want them to go on in their suffering. Yeah, that's pious crud. It's pious crud, and it's right from the pits of hell. You hear this stuff at medical assistance and dying conferences. This is not these things are not these statements are not the exception. These are not the exception. They're more or less the rule. I mean, after somebody who's chronically ill and possibly depressed, because chronic illness and depression go hand in glove. The people who are suffering, yeah, they're thinking, maybe my life isn't worth living. If these people who are strong and healthy can't live with what I'm going through, how am I going through it? Why should I keep hanging on? It's really funny too, and it's not funny in a ha-ha sense, but in an ironic sense, that they've done studies where people who are terminally ill, who want to end it, they go through depression treatment. And almost magically, once they go through depression treatment, they don't want to go through it anymore. It's almost like the 90% of people who wanted to terminate self-delete. Once they get treatment for depression, they no longer want to do it. Yes, they're still terminally ill, but they don't want to end it anymore because the big problem seems to be the depression that goes with the illness. So a lot of these euthanasia programs are really driven on mental illness. So we're killing a whole lot of people based on mental illness, when they should be getting treatment for the mental illness.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they've done it now for children. Yeah.
The requirement was months less.
Yeah, they've broken almost every safeguard now on the MAIDS legislation. That's medical assistance in dying in Canada. It's a part of the legislation. It used to be that you couldn't do it if you were under 18. You couldn't do it if you were mentally ill, and you couldn't do it if you had, unless you had a terminal illness with less than 3 months to live. Okay? Yeah.
I can go on and on about that. The way they kill days.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not painless either. That's the other thing too. There have been some instances where the process of termination takes up to 3 days. It's anything but painless. But here's the thing: if they, that whole sort of, they violated now the under 18, and nobody can do it under 18. They've now given special dispensation for that, so that's not worth anything anymore. The whole mental illness, if they treated the mental illness, nobody would be doing it. And the whole, say you have a terminal illness where you have less than 3 months to live, they now made exceptions for people with mental illness. And this is what I think is so crazy about this whole medical assistance in dying, is that they've tried to say, okay, we're not going to do mental illness, but we're going to let you kill yourself based upon you having a mental illness. What? No, it's... And here's what's really driving the whole thing. Economics. This is what's driving the whole thing. Economics. If they off you, they don't have to care for you. Medical care is expensive. Okay? It's expensive. So they can save a lot of money by not caring for you. It's disgusting, and it's immoral, and it's the consequences have been horrifying. Consequences have been horrifying, and it's just awful. They've even used it to with a racial bent as well. You know, a lot of indigenous people have been dispatched this way, which is disgusting.
And family members, no recourse to come along and this person wanted to. No investigation.
Yeah. Jonathan Walker says that breaks the doctor's oath, doesn't it? They're not required to take that oath anymore. Don't know where you've been. Doctors are no longer required to take the Hippocratic Oath. They don't take it anymore. This has been true for decades now. You know, medical doctors are no longer required to take the Hippocratic Oath. And I think that's also been a bad thing. Because now there's no I mean, yeah, the Hippocratic Oath had some pagan elements. It also provided a standard of ethics that was ubiquitous across the medical profession. That's no longer the case. You know, it used to be that, you know, the Hippocratic Oath didn't allow doctors to administrate abortions. Okay? It didn't allow people to give a poison to self-delete. Okay? It also prevented medical professions from having illicit relationships with their patients. Boy, has that one been abused. Ugh. It's really sick. It's really, really sick. So, what we're seeing here is the results of this refusal to be constrained by any sort of ubiquitous medical ethics. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty ugly. It's pretty ugly. Okay. I think that's all we're going to talk about this subject here. And it's just turned midnight here. So I think we're going to call it a night here. We covered most of the non-super chats already, I think, for the day. Anything else you wanted me to cover, Mrs. Producer?
Most of the questions were on. In the Egyptian way. On into the aftermath.
Oh, I don't know. What time is that? 9:37. 9:37. All right. I'll take this one to Squat Worth and says, clandestine conversion of an Egyptian Muslim. Wouldn't that get you deported? It wasn't a clandestine conversion of an Egyptian Muslim. Okay? So, doesn't apply here. Okay? Yeah. It was somebody on the tour, and they were not Muslim already. So, no problem here with violating any apostasy laws. We would not do that, no. Okay, so 9:39. Where was that? Where was that? Non-super chat? All right. Christian Theologetics for $1.99. Hi, Addison. Why do you hate sleep? Because I'm a torment. I self-torment. That's why. I put myself out there to answer your questions. That's why I hate sleep.
No, it's good.
Well, I'm a night owl too, but
You're a vampire. When the sun's
vampire.
go to sleep.
Oh, okay. I found it. Yeah. Okay. This will be the last question of the night. From Darkblade. Does Osiris beat his farm workers? It's a good question. From what we gather, people want to work in his fields. So, in theory, he doesn't beat his farm workers. Although I wouldn't put him past him either. Okay? So, according to the legend, people want to go to the fields of Osiris because it beats the alternatives, essentially. The alternatives are, well, you get to go into the lake of fire, or the lake of stabbing needles, or the pit of snakes, or those are your alternatives to the wheat fields of Osiris. Okay, so from what I can tell, Osiris doesn't beat his farm workers, but you are still expected to work. So, hope that answers that question. And with that said, we are going to end it right there. So, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight on this live stream. We're glad you could join us, and I want to thank all the super chatters who have basically contributed to keeping us, continuing doing this work. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. You guys keep the equipment running and in repair, and we really, really appreciate that. Finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who basically watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and copy our URLs to other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. So with that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.